This is a test.
Yeah, let's go ahead and play music.
Okay, so this is a test. I just want to ensure you're able to hear.
You're able to hear?
And there isn't any attendees at the moment.
Oh, okay, there's no attendees at the moment. Oh, okay, if you can call in, that would be great. Mark did, okay. Thank you. Okay, so Mark is gonna go with her. Oh.
Let me go check and see. Oh, he's still logging in. On Zoom. Don't worry about getting Mark. Those participating in Zoom, if you would like to provide a public comment on closed session items, please dial *9 to raise your hand virtually or select raise hand from Zoom.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting. This is nice. Look at it.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Santa Ana City Council closed session meeting on June 21st, 2022. I hereby call the closed session meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez. Here. Councilmember Mendoza.
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Fan. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. And Mayor Sarmiento.
All right, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Any member of the council would like to take this time to announce their absentations at this time? No? Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session items?
I have one virtually, but did not raise their hand. Any member of the public who has joined us by way of Zoom, if you would like to provide a public comment on closed session items, please dial *9 or select raise hand from Zoom. Okay, we did not get anyone who wanted to provide any public comment, and we didn't receive any written communication.
Okay, thank you for that. We will be recessing the portion of this meeting to consider the items listed on the closed session agenda.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Mayor, the meeting is being recorded.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me go ahead and call this regular open session meeting of the Santa Ana City Council to order. Let me just begin with some opening housekeeping remarks. That the meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public can access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Let me begin by saying that I apologize for us coming out an hour later than we normally do. Unfortunately, we had a long closed session set of items. So with those apologies, I'm going to go ahead and get the meeting started. I'm going to turn it over to the clerk so she can call roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, Councilmember Hernandez,
Present.
Councilmember Lopez. Here. Councilmember Mendoza,
Present?
Councilmember Peñalosa, Councilmember Fan,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Here.
and Mayor Sarmiento.
Here. Thank you. Let me go ahead and ask the clerk, before we begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, I'll go ahead and ask Councilmember Mendoza to lead us in that after your remarks, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. For those members of the public who would like to provide a comment within the city's jurisdiction, with the exception of public hearing items 67 and 68, please dial *9 from your phone or click on the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time. Please hold your comments until the mayor opens public hearing items 67 and 68 respectively. Please announce your name and ward or neighborhood you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and now ask Councilmember Mendoza to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll all please remain standing after that as we hear words of inspiration from Gustavo Hernandez.
Please place your right hand over your heart, and for those served in the military, you may salute our flag. Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if I can have Gustavo Hernandez please lead us in words of inspiration. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for reaching out to me. I was raised in Santa Ana. I went to school here. I learned to read and write at a Santa Ana school. I wrote my first poem in a Santa Ana classroom, so this means a lot to me. I'm going to read a short poem. In this poem, there is a quest for clarity. And also some differing points of view as to what that clarity is and what it should be. But at the end of the poem, there's understanding, and I hope that I've done my job as a poet, and I hope I'm bringing the message across that understanding should be that we should all be working toward personal peace, community peace, and some sort of happiness. The poem is called No Matter What You Call It. After those days of blankness that come from hearing too much talk about fathers leaving this physical world like my father left this physical world, something returns. Don't get me wrong, there was no giving up. I put myself together like most of us do, stacked myself up and together in dryness, bone, California limestone. My mother, who still believes improvised altars are lightning rods for a miracle, says that what I'm feeling, what has returned to me, is grace. And I want to agree with her, but who these days really remembers the definition of grace, or every one of its definitions, and then each one's reach and breadth? Maybe I can call it sympathy. Like the sympathy I felt for myself that time I planted a grapevine in the front yard and then ruined the soil with too much water. Maybe I can name it sympathy, but there are days when I don't want to name a single thing or draw distinctions. Days when I don't want that to be my job, name giver, analyst. Here is another confession. I am learning to walk again on this thing that feels like faith. Not a faith like my mother's, although we both count on our days paving a road to one specific place. A place where we are free to again notice the perfume left in our house, where we're long healed, and there is little room for grief. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. Please be seated. Let me go ahead and begin with the ceremonial presentation part of our meeting, and I'm going to ask, if I can ask, this is on the Suavecito Prom Sweepstakes Committee, so if I can ask everybody that's here for that item, come and join me up at the front.
And Mayor, really quick, Madam Clerk, if you could just please note my attendance for the record. Thank you.
Come on up, fella. So as everybody makes their way up here, so this is a presentation that I've been waiting to do for some time, and we've had to postpone it because prom took place quite a while ago, right, already? But we didn't want to miss the opportunity to celebrate what's been done, and we know that, for the past couple of years, we haven't had a chance to have prom in person. And so, our communities, our schools got creative. You remember some of the drive, sort of the, parade proms where people were driving by people's houses. Everybody found a way to try to celebrate the moment, but, nonetheless, here in the community, I think we have some people who realize the importance of it. So, high school is related to academics, the social life, and, learning, graduating, getting through that milestone in your life. But prom is something special for many of us, right? It's a moment in time when we can be with our friends for maybe one last time, celebrate each other, and be together. And that was missing. And sometimes, not only does a pandemic prevent it, but also finances, prevent it. Not everybody in our community has a chance to rent a limo, rent, tuxedos, go to a fancy restaurant, have a photographer. And we know that those are difficult things, and we have that expectation that everybody's going to be able to do that. And that's just not the reality for all our families here in the city. So we're so blessed to have people that realize, it means more to be a community member than just somebody who resides in the city. To be a community member means to do those things that some people just wouldn't think of doing, and to make those a reality for people that they know are special in our city. So I am extremely proud of these sponsors up here because they reflect the best of what our city has to offer. They realize that it's important to not just be present, for themselves, but they're present for others. And so I think as a community, we need to celebrate these moments and make sure that we recognize giving because, because we are so blessed to have that in our city. So today, I want to recognize the members of the Suavecito Prom Sweepstakes Committee for making dreams come true for 12 Santa Ana High School students. And their dates, yeah. The sweepstakes took place during March and April, with the proms being held in April and May. That's how far, and now we're almost in July, so we want to make sure we get this in before the calendar year's over. So in just 2 months, the committee coordinated and launched the sweepstakes. They found sponsors and made sure deserving boys and girls experience prom the way it's supposed to be experienced. The sweepstakes winners were chauffeured in Suavecito classic cars to their proms. They were treated to dinner at local Santa Ana restaurants, and their prom tickets, flower corsages, and boutonnieres were all purchased for them. Prom night serves as a symbol of 4 years of learning, friendship, and school spirit. They give young people the chance to develop their social skills. It's an opportunity for them to practice the social behaviors that will benefit them for the rest of their lives. Prom, along with graduation, marks the conclusion of high school and the beginning of adulthood for many students. It's an experience that students should never and will never forget. So, as I was listing those things like boutonnieres, corsages, tuxedos, nice clothes, going out to dinner, those things add up. And so, those are costs that are heavy. And I, want to thank whoever came up with that concept, and one of you will come and enlighten us and think about and tell us the story of how this was, how this was derived. But more than anything, I know that Suavecito in particular is a homegrown company that has has blessed enough that they could go work and house themselves and have their headquarters in any other city, any other state, but they decide to stay here because this is where that business was born. So I think that they took the lead on this. They realized that it was important for them to give something unique as well, which is of themselves. I understand that some of these principals, some of these sponsors even were the chauffeurs. So you got a chance to not only ride in one of the vehicles, but have one of the principals be your chauffeur and tell them where you wanted to go and where you didn't want to go. So I am just very, very happy that they are here and that we're able to take this moment to recognize it because it took so long. And again, my apologies, everybody, sponsors, all of you who did, took the time to do this, that it took so long. But look, I hope that this becomes maybe a tradition, and maybe it's something that we can do next year, because we know that there's so many deserving families that should have this experience. So with that, let's give these sponsors and Suavecito a big round of applause for these sweepstakes. Now, if somebody here can go ahead and give me the backstory and go ahead and tell the public what the community what the backstory is to the sweepstakes, I'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Hello, everyone. My name's America Bernabe. I'm an incoming senior at Godinez Panama High School, and I'm the current Youth and Government President. Today, I have the pleasure to talk to you about the Suavecito Prom Sweepstakes. This program was created to help ease the cost of senior activities and give students a once-in-a-lifetime prom experience. The pilot program included Santa Ana, Century, Saddleback, and Godinez High School. 3 winners from each school were selected. Participation was free to enter. Each week, participants were given the opportunity to enter a raffle by earning raffle tickets by doing a series of tasks. For example, interview your lunch lady, take a picture with her, write about her, and email it to us. Winners received a Suavecito Classic card complete with chauffeur, prom tickets, dinner, and flowers. I would like to take the time to thank our incredible sponsors, Chapter 1, Sarinana's Restaurant, Vasquez Law Group, Roman's Party Rental, Whoop Whoop, City Councilwoman Jessie Lopez, and finally, Mayor Sarmiento. A huge thank you to Suavecito Pomade. We couldn't have done this without them. I would also like to thank Jonathan Hernandez and Councilwoman Mendoza, who has committed to supporting the 2nd annual prom sweepstakes. Remember, it takes a village to raise a child. Again, my name is America Bernabe. Thank you for your time.
All right, so America did a great job in summarizing, all the great things and all the people that, had something to do with this. This obviously, was something that there was probably a lot more work than what you described, I have a feeling. But look, it gives you a glimpse into what was done. But what's important is that we've already got people lined up to help for next year. And hopefully this becomes a tradition that was started this year under difficult circumstances, but I'm so pleased to hand these certificates of recognition out. Let me start with one of the principals over at Suavecito Pomade, Tony Adame. Congratulations, Tony. One of the other sponsors here, former council member, Roman Reyna. And Jonathan Vallinas. Patty Sanchez, here you go, you get 2. And I know somebody who works hard for all these efforts, Sui Vasquez. Where are you, Sui? Angela Munoz. Andres Ramirez. Maggie Palomino. Okay. Joshua Bravo. All right, well, let's do one final round of applause for the Suavecito Prom Sweepstakes. And let's all pose for a picture. Let me go ahead and now turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, who's going to be declaring July 2022 Parks Make Life Better Month.
If I could have Tim Pagano, Bill Sandoval, and Rudy Hernandez, and Anthony Novella join me up here. I'm not going to kick you out. It's okay. So tonight, as I mentioned, I'm joined by Tim Pagano, Bill Sandoval, Rudy Hernandez, and Anthony Novella to recognize July 2022 as Parks Make Life Better Month. Santa Ana's parks and recreational facilities promote physical, emotional, mental health, and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. They also create memorable experiences through engaging, accessible, and inclusive programs, dynamic events, and new opportunities designed to get people involved in their communities. Today, the City of Santa Ana has 54 parks, 9 joint use school sites, and approximately 13 miles of off-street trails for recreational use. We also have 32 playgrounds, 32 picnic areas, and 4 community gardens. We also have 6 soccer fields, 36 basketball courts, 35 baseball and softball diamonds, and 30 tennis courts. And I'm not done. We also have 2 lakes, 2 skate parks, and 2 senior centers. And of course, we can always use more. But as we've experienced during the pandemic, the parks and recreational facilities that we do have are very valuable resources for our community. Last month, our city council unanimously approved the Santa Ana Parks Master Plan, which will guide our city's investments in parks, facilities, trails, and open space that reflect and celebrate community character, heritage, culture, and history over the next 10 years. That Parks Master Plan was championed by our former Parks and Rec Executive Director, Lisa Rudloff. The California Park and Recreational Society has a statewide public awareness campaign saying, "Parks make life better." And that effort is to inform residents across our state of the many benefits of utilizing parks, facilities, programs, and services. Seems like an easy one, right? So tonight, it is my honor on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council to declare the month of July 2022 as Parks Make Life Better Month. Gentlemen, would you guys like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. On behalf of the Parks, Recreation, Community Services Agency, I would like to thank the council for declaring Parks Make Life Better Month in the month of July. We're very proud in Parks, Recreation, Community Services and honored to make life a little bit better for all the residents in the Santa Ana community, and that's what we intend to continue to do. Thank you.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks, John.
Congratulations, everybody. Let me go ahead and now turn it over to Councilmember Hernandez. Step out. There he is, right on cue. Councilmember Hernandez, I think you have the next presentation. That's going to be to United Fathers of America. So anybody here from United Fathers of America, come on and step forward. And I'll turn the floor over to Councilmember Hernandez.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for being here today at our city council meeting. I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize in light of most recently Father's Day, to recognize an outstanding community organization that is doing phenomenal work for residents in our community. And this organization that I'm presenting this certificate of recognition will be presented to United Fathers of America, to Dr. Marvin L. Chapman, President and co-founder of United Fathers of America. This organization is local to the city of Santa Ana. And joining us today is Dr. Marvin L. Chapman, President and co-founder of United Fathers of America. Joining him today are his wife, Marlena Chapman. Thank you for being here today. And his executive assistant, Elizabeth Roman. Thank you for being here as well. United Fathers of America is a nonprofit organization that is dedicated to enhancing the quality of life for children and whose rights are often ignored during and after the breakdown of a parent's relationship. They encourage and they assist fathers in remaining involved in the lives of their children during and after the breakdown of parents' relationships by providing education, information, and empowerment to responsible fathers. United Fathers' focus is on minority, low-income fathers. They empower fathers with co-parenting skills, building education, and tools that they need to become cooperatively involved parents. United Fathers of America educates fathers about the needs that their children have to experience from fathers, and about being proactively and positively involved in the reorganization and the restructuring of their family units. In 2001 and 2002, United Fathers of America was awarded the Community Service Awards from Disneyland Resort. In 2004, the final year of Disneyland's Community Service Awards program, they were awarded the prestigious Jack B. Lindquist Award, recognizing United Fathers of America as the #1 nonprofit organization in Orange County. Thank you, Dr. Marvin Chapman, for help making a positive difference in the lives of fathers and, more importantly, children. Thank you. So on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council, it is our honor to recognize your outstanding contributions to the community. Thank you, sir. If you can please say some words.
You have said it all. There's much more I can add, except I would like to say that I am a co-founder. The partner that I started this with, Rod Bivings, passed away 18 years ago. But this award goes to the thousands and thousands of fathers over 41 years that we've been able to help remain proactively involved in their children's lives, that otherwise they would not have that opportunity due to their social economics, due to their lack of information, due to the lack of resources to attorneys. It has been a pleasure and an honor to serve Santa Ana. Thank you.
Can you please tell us? Now, Dr. Marvin Chapman, we're very honored and we thank you, but can you please tell us where you're located before you go?
Our address? Yes. 1561 East 4th Street, Suite 107, Santa Ana, 92701.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's an honor.
Great. Thank you for that presentation, Councilmember and Dr. Martin. Let me go ahead and now call on Councilmember Lopez, who's going to be recognizing Keep Running Santa Ana for their contributions. So all the runners, come on, you guys got to be faster than that. You guys are walking. You guys need to run up on stage.
Oh, scoot this way. Yeah. Hey, where's
Hi, everyone. So I'm actually really excited to be recognizing the Keep Running Santa Ana Club, and as you can see by their shirts, they go by KRSA as well. And so today we're going to be recognizing the founder, Aaron Garcia, but also the team members behind us who make up the running club. And in their honor, I wore my running shoes today. So I've ran with the club, embarrassingly, only twice now. But, you know, in that short time that I spent with them, I got to experience firsthand a very humbling moment, a humbling moment that I thought was for me anyway. And so, you know, I guess let me start from the beginning, because the idea of forming a running club came to Aaron when he was visiting several big cities like San Francisco, Seattle, during his travels, and he noticed that a lot of the runners were taking or using the downtown path to run. And so in late September of 2020, Aaron came across a music video by Pharrell Williams, which highlighted people of color, entrepreneurs, and learned about Rick Augustine, the founder of the Inglewood Running Club. And so he was really inspired by this, and he took the initiative to post a post on Instagram and to really just invite community members, his friends, to come run with him in downtown. And it's a 3-mile run, and it goes up north through Ward 3. But over time, you know, the initial run started with 2 of his friends, and over time it has grown, as you can see, to a lot of the members behind me, but also a lot of the members that are not here today. And I remember, you know, speaking with a couple of folks of like what made them join the running club, and they felt, you know, they said that they felt safe running in a group environment, and it was an activity that they wanted to do, but they wouldn't do it by themselves. And so I think it's really great that Aaron established this group, that everybody has come together to really support one another and to keep each other safe, which I think is really important. And so KRS is an inclusive club that strives to keep the community active. The club wants people to know that runners do not always mean they have to be slim and slender and fast. In fact, I walked my first time, and during the second time, I got to also walk with some of the parents that we'll be sharing a story about. So KRSA created a Running with Purpose initiative, and every month they sponsor SAUSD students, and they sponsor a new pair of running shoes for our kids. And that really touched my heart when I first got to see it, because when you're a kid, you don't know what you don't know. And a lot of the kids in under-resourced communities, they'll run with their vans or not, you know, like appropriate running shoes. And so it was really special when I got to see the kids being giving, you know, Hoka shoes, which are really expensive shoes, and it's not something that kids from the Willard neighborhood or that go to Lathrop would get to normally ask their parents to purchase, right, $100 running shoes. And here I got to see the club giving kids $100 running shoes. And so I thought that was really beautiful. And so on a monthly basis, KRSA selects a school, and they will work with the designated cross-country coaches to help identify the most deserving students so that they can come out and invite them, and not just the kids, but their families, to participate in the run. And so they've also been able to create great partnerships with a lot of the businesses in downtown Santa Ana, like Chapter 1 and the River Brewing Company, and those businesses will also donate money to the club. And so KRSA collaborates with Run Republic Retail, which is a running store, and they also help provide top-of-the-line running shoes like Hoka's. And during my last run with the club is when I really got to see firsthand the goal of running with purpose. And so again, as I said, you know, giving to kids from Willard or Lathrop may seem like a really small thing to do, but for the folks that come from those communities like myself, it's a big deal. And I think it really touched my heart, and it made me want to recognize the club, the members, for fundraising their own money and giving back to their community in any which way that they can. And, you know, as I said, $100 shoes are not an everyday purchase for a lot of our working families, and I think that this was a really beautiful gift that all of you have done, and I don't know that you actually understand the significance of it. But I just want to thank Aaron and the entire club for fundraising and starting not just the running club, but also the Running with Purpose initiative, and I will continue to support however I can, and I will come out and run again. So it really does bring me a lot of joy, and it was a really humble moment for me, as I said, but I want to invite Aaron to share a couple of words of, you know, just your journey with the running club and any other member that wants to speak.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jesse Lopez. Thank you, Council, for having us. Thank you, Jesse, for coming out and joining our run twice, like you mentioned. And I invite everyone here to come and join us. We meet every Thursday on 4th and French. We run a 3-mile route, but I don't want to discourage you from coming out. You can jog, you can walk. That's one of the messages that Keep Running Santa Ana is trying to push. We just want to get Santa Ana active, get the community active and out here. Lately, we've had some walkers. That's one of my big goals for 2022, to get a community of walkers to come out. So if someone wants to be a liaison and say, Aaron, I want to lead the walkers to a 1-mile walk, 1.5-mile walk. The route, it took us about 7 attempts before we landed on the route we're on, which goes north of Broadway and comes back. It's an out and back. It's a very safe route. Luckily, 20 months we have not had any incidents. We all look out for each other here. This is about 1/4 of the regular runners. We're a very large group. We can easily fill this room. Unfortunately, not everyone can make it. A lot of our regulars had other obligations today, but I want to recognize everyone, and this is why I invited everyone here, because I'm not Keep Running Santa Ana. We all are Keep Running Santa Ana. And when Jesse reached out to me and said, hey, can you give me a couple names to make a certificate for? I mean, the list was so long. I know we're going to be up here again, and when we have another opportunity, I'll make individual certificates for everyone. But just everyone here contributes to the Run Club. The consistency of everyone coming out, posting about it, sharing about it, really helps move our community forward. A few of Keep Running Santa Ana's goals are inspire community, celebrate diversity, and unite Santa Ana. That's what we're trying to do. We're a very diverse group. We don't have a Facebook page. We don't have a website yet, but we manage our Instagram. And if you just glance through our photos, you'll see how diverse we are, all shapes, sizes, ethnicities. And that's another message I'm trying to push, normalizing running in Santa Ana, and let you guys know that there's no particular image on what a runner looks like. For a while, I had imposter syndrome where I'm like, I can't lead a running group. I didn't run track in school. I didn't run in college, but I was not going to wait around for someone else to start this group. So I took the initiative to come forward. I posted on my personal Instagram, hey guys, I want to run 3 miles on Thursday at 7 p.m. 2 friends joined me, the following week 4, and here we are now. We average about 30 people a Thursday night, which is amazing. That is our flagship night, Thursday nights on Calle 4 Plaza. And then we, like Jesse mentioned, we do have relationships with some of the businesses in Santa Ana. In the back of my shirt is some sponsorships that we have for a race that we did from LA to Palm Springs. And I do want to continue growing those business relationships and the benefit of the Running with Purpose initiative. I have Chapter 1 in Santa Ana River Brewery who donate a pair of shoes, a full pair of shoes, and they work directly with Run Republic, the Run store. They pay the Run store directly to sponsor a pair of shoes. So I invite other downtown Santa Ana businesses, other Santa Ana businesses to sponsor, shoes like Jesse mentioned. It was a real moving experience. I was fortunate enough to have 2 working parents, and I was an only child. So if I did need cleats for baseball or whatever sport I was playing at the time, I was able to get those. But I know a lot of my peers came from households with 4 or 5 siblings, and they weren't always able to afford that top-of-the-line gear. So I know when we all come together and we all kind of come together as a community, put our money together, we're able to sponsor more students. So we've sponsored Lathrop, Mendez, my old middle school, Santa Ana, Saddleback, Century, just to name a few. And when I connect with the cross-country coaches, one thing I ask from them is, please select the most deserving student, not your favorite student. You're in the locker with them. You kind of know who has the older shoes. And I see it when they come out here for Running with Purpose, like Jesse mentioned. They're wearing Vans, they're wearing Converse, and that's not practical running gear. So it does fill our hearts to be able to bless them with the appropriate gear, and that's once a month, and the initiative is Running with Purpose. So I invite you guys all to follow our Instagram page, Keep Running Santa Ana without the G, turn on the notifications, come out, join us, invite a friend, invite a family member, and our big goal for 2022 is to get some walkers going. Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, Aaron, we're going to be presenting a certificate to you, but also to the club. So this is for you, and then this is for Joe. Okay, so then I'll give this to you. And then, I don't know, whoever wants to take the Keep Running Santa Ana Club.
Let's go.
Yeah, and did you want to say anything? Yeah, we can take a group. Are you sure you don't want to share a couple words? We're not in a rush or anything.
We are in a rush, and I'll keep it very short. I just want to say thank you, Jesse Lopez, for recognizing the club. And honestly, it just takes one person like Aaron to invite more folks. And Guti is one of my good friends who is a new dad here in the city of Santa Ana. And I wanted to say that because it gives folks an outlet to actually be healthy, meet people, support local businesses. But yet, most importantly, is we all keep each other accountable. And we've done many activities outside the downtown. So please, we ask you to come and join us on Thursdays and afternoons and run with us. Thank you.
Good stuff, everybody. And Richard's never bashful, but just this time, right? Well, thank you, everybody. Let me go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Mendoza, who is going to be declaring June 2022 as LGBTQ Pride Month. And thank you, Councilmember Mendoza, for doing this. Do you have anybody who's going to be receiving the...
I do. Would Miss Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke please come up? Hello, hello, hi there. So you can stand right here, right next to me. Oh, right here. Okay. Bill, would you hold that for me? Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and sitting here while we were conducting some very important business. We're usually done by 6, so thank you very much for staying, because this is very important to recognize the organizations and individuals who make up our beautiful city of Santa Ana. So June is the LGBTQ month. But I want to give you a little bit of history. In 1999 and in 2000, President Bill Clinton declared June as a gay and lesbian month. In 2009 through 2016, and each year he was in office, our president, Barack Obama, declared June as the LGBT Pride Month. Then in 2021, President Joe Biden declared June also as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And now, in June of 2022, Councilmember Mendoza declares the month of June as LGBTQ Pride Month, and especially here in the beautiful city of Santa Ana. So we should just not honor and respect our LGBTQ community members in the month of June, but rather we should be respectful and inclusionary throughout the year as valuable members of our community. And that's why I asked Ms. Camacho Van Dyke to come here and accept this proclamation from beautiful city of Santa Ana, who does exactly that. We respect and we include our LGBTQ community. Ms. Camacho is with the LGBTQ Center, Orange County, and it was established as a volunteer organization in 1971 and incorporated in 1975 as a 501c3 nonprofit community-based organization. At the LGBTQ Center, OC, all members and allies of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community of Orange County joined in a network to support and unify. Their life-affirming programs focus on empowerment, and their advocacy efforts focus on speaking out against hate and discrimination. They exist so that every segment of the LGBTQ population of Orange County has the resources needed to thrive in their own lives in our communities. The LGBTQ Center Orange County provides services to more than 14,000 individuals. Excuse me, I lost my place because there's so many things that they do for our communities, especially here in the city of Santa Ana. So they provide services to more than 14,000 individuals annually across the broad spectrum of culture, ethnicity, age, and economic background. More than 7,000 mental health counseling sessions were provided for the past 12 months, which is an all-time high. The center also provides the center provided $13,000 in food assistance to folks experiencing food insecurities due to the COVID-19 and has served more than 15,000 LGBTQ and allied individuals across all programs for the past 12 months. During LGBTQ Pride Month, we would like to recognize the resilience and determination of organizations such as the LGBTQ Center, who are fighting for the rights of all individuals to live freely and authentically. This Pride Month, let's affirm our obligation to uphold the dignity of all people and to dedicate ourselves to protecting the most vulnerable among us. Joining us to accept this proclamation on behalf of LGBTQ Center of OC is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, who is the Director of Advocacy and Education, and I would like to invite her to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Mendoza. This is a great privilege, and this is so great to hang up in our offices. I did have a couple words to share that I prepared. So, in words of Harvey Milk, the first openly gay man to be elected in public office in California, he states, "Hope will never be silent." Incorporated in 1971, the LGBTQ Center OC remains one of the long-standing LGBTQ-specific service organizations located in Orange County. We have been responsive to the changing and growing needs of the LGBTQ population, providing culturally appropriate and affirming health and wellness services. Now more than ever, it is important that we be visible, united, and proud during this month of celebration. Nearly 53 years since Stonewall, violence against trans people, specifically Black and Latinx trans women in particular, is at an all-time recorded high. In 2021, the Human Rights Campaign tracked a record number of violent, fatal incidences against trans and gender nonconforming people, with 50 fatalities tracked. Anti-LGBTQ legislation continues to be introduced and passed in states across the country, affecting some of our most vulnerable youth, specifically trans youth in particular. This Pride Month, I want us to think about what community means. It's showing up for one another when it counts. It has never been more important to show up for the LGBTQ community, specifically our trans and non-binary community members, which continue to be disproportionately impacted by discrimination, violence, and inequality. I do want to extend my greatest thanks to Councilmember Mendoza, as well as the Santa Ana City Council for openly recognizing LGBTQ Pride Month, as well as our community's achievements and diversity. So thank you so much. It means a lot.
Wait, we're gonna get some photos. A little more?
Thank you. Great, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for that, and let's all remember, this weekend is Pride Parade here in Santa Ana, Saturday, June 25th, and I believe it starts at 11:30, if I'm not mistaken, in the downtown area. So let me go ahead and call on Councilmember Peñalosa, Councilmember Fan, and myself. We are going to be doing a recognition to the Career Online High School graduates. So all of you Career Online High School graduates, I see you in your tassels and your gowns. Come on up here and join us, please.
Hi, everyone. So, what is Career Online High School? So, the Career Online High School, or COHS, is an educational service offered by Smart Horizons Career Online Education and provides Santa Ana residents 19 years of age and older the opportunity to earn an accredited high school diploma and a credentialed career certificate at the same time. So, the goal of the program is to bring non-traditional and/or adult learners back into the education system and prepare them for jobs in growing sectors of the economy. Students graduate with the tools to take the next step in their career or career education. This program is made possible through support and funding from the California State Library and the Friends of the Santa Ana Public Library. So joining us today are 3 of the 4 recent graduates of COHS program. And I will turn it over to Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, graduates. Good evening, Cutie. So, the first graduate, Jonathan Betancourt. Did I say that correctly? So, right, come on up. All right. So, Jonathan grew up in Hudson, Massachusetts. At the age of 17, he moved out of his mother's house to live on his own and eventually dropped out of high school to work full-time. Almost a decade later, in the midst of a pandemic, with a wife and a child, right in front of me, he relocated from Providence, Rhode Island to Santa Ana. He and his wife both knew they needed to go back to school and researched ways to achieve that. They found an amazing opportunity through the local city's library and signed up for the Career Online High School Graduate Program. And in only a few months, Jonathan graduated. He is now looking at colleges to begin a career in criminal justice. Round of applause, everybody. And we also have one of the graduates is Stephanie Garcia, who unfortunately had to leave a little early, which is okay. She was born and raised in Santa Ana. A child of immigrant parents, Stephanie lost her father at the age of 13. She started to veer off course a bit, dropped out of school at the age of 17. For more than 20 years, getting a diploma was always on Stephanie's mind. She lived in fear she would be asked for a diploma one day. Stephanie learned about COHS programs by following the City of Santa Ana's Facebook page. She took a chance and applied for the program and was fortunate to be selected to participate in it, and now graduating as well. So she was here and she had to leave, but we also give her a round of applause. And now I will hand it over to Mayor Sarmiento. We could go over.
Great, thank you. And so this is it's a great moment to celebrate, some of our non-traditional ways of being able to, still excel in higher education. So I am extremely proud of us recognizing this great program. So I have the honor, Cindy, come on up here with me. So I have the privilege to go ahead and introduce Cindy, talk a little bit about her background and how she got here. And I love the first sentence, which says she was born and raised in Santa Ana. Let's give that a round of applause because it's always a good thing. She's been married for almost 18 years and is a mother to 6 amazing, man, that deserves even a bigger round of applause, 6 amazing children. So Cindy learned about the COHS program from an email she received from the city. And that's always good. That means we're messaging positive things. She applied for this program because she wanted to better herself as a person. She wanted to see that she could be an inspiration to them, show them that no matter what life may throw at you, you can always reach your goals in life. And I think that's really the message here, is that sometimes we don't take traditional paths to get to where we are, and sometimes it's not linear, right? It's not, from elementary to junior high to high school to college. It sometimes takes turns that we can't control. And being a product of one of those very interesting journeys to get to where I am, I'm extremely proud to stand next to people who are resilient enough to say, no matter what I'm confronted with in my life, I'm going to continue learning. So Cindy and all of you, I just want to say thank you for inspiring so many others that are watching you to do the same, and to come back and go to school, come back and do things that are great, and know that your city is very, very supportive of you. So let me go ahead and turn this over to you. We have one more, and I think I'll turn it over to Councilmember Fan to go ahead and wrap it up. So Cindy, Cindy doesn't want to stand next to me. I don't bite, I promise. But this is on behalf of the entire city and city council of people here in the city. They're so proud of what you're doing, and this is awarded to you for your career online high school graduation. Thank you. Keep going higher. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you so much.
And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Fan, or one of the council members.
So, Alejandro, come on up, please. So, we also have Alejandro Gudiel. Born in Bellflower, but raised in Santa Ana, which is what matters. Alejandro is the youngest of 4 siblings. Alejandro learned about COHS from the Santa Ana Library employee and longtime friend from when he attended Teen Space, a program at the library. His experience in the program was very positive, especially since he had the opportunity to work on his courses during his overnight shifts. This allowed him to progress towards his goal with very little interference. In addition, it also allowed him to progress ahead of the class schedule and finish the program a lot earlier than what was initially projected. Congratulations.
And so before I bring any of the graduates up to say a couple words before we wrap up, I just wanted to also say thank you to Director Brian Sternberg for working on this program. I believe he brought it to us, and it's just incredible because here in Santa Ana, there are many of us on different paths, and we need to support all of us. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that because it's a great opportunity for our residents. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Initially, I didn't plan on saying any words, but figured I might as well. One of the most amazing things that I found about the Santa Ana Public Library is their constant ability to inspire and nurture entire generations. Even to this day, kids who are 10 years younger than me, they are still nurturing and providing a very, very positive environment for them. Sometimes for kids who don't have anything or who have worse situations outside of it. And the Santa Ana Public Library, via the Teen Space, has nurtured many generations from people 10 years older than me, with Cheryl Eberly, who she herself was part of Teen Space. She inherited it and she's done everything that she could to promote the same environment and to nurture as many people as she possibly could. So it's amazing to think that people who are more than 10 years older than me, and some who are even 10 years younger than me right now, are currently being nurtured at the Santa Ana Public Library. And I can't think how my life could have gone had I not had the support and the environment and the help and the resources that the Santa Ana Public Library has provided for me. Thank you very much.
For winging the speech. That was beautiful. First and foremost, I want to thank the Santa Ana Public Library and Olga and Catherine for really getting me through this and choosing me to give me this amazing opportunity that I wouldn't have anywhere else. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. And lastly, I want to say thank you to my beautiful daughter who thought the show was about her. And my lovely, lovely wife who got me through all of this and really pushed me to keep going. Thank you so much.
I wanted to thank the city of Santa Ana for sending me an email at 3 in the morning, and I applied for the application right away. And thank you to the Santa Ana Public Library for everything, Olga and everybody for helping me out, and especially my family. Thank you.
So let's give the graduates that are here, we have one graduate that isn't here, but let's give their families a round of applause, because I know that. Thank you, families, and with that all the inspirational stories that we heard, I think that was a plug for another library, by the way. Right? Brian, you listening? Just kidding. So let's go ahead and take a picture, and we'll wrap it up here. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. Let's go ahead and move along to staff presentations, and we'll begin with the city manager's update on homelessness.
That's going to be a tough act to follow. That brought tears to my eyes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. This is our 8th reoccurring monthly update on homelessness and the homeless services that are provided by our city of Santa Ana. So I have a short PowerPoint that will be appearing briefly. Tonight, I'm really going to talk about 4 items, give you a brief update on COLT, which is our quality of life team, talk a little bit about the SMART program, and then share some more details of the Orange County point in time count, and then really focus on talking about our navigation center, which now is housing homeless individuals. So starting with the outreach numbers for our quality of life team, this past month, May, they made contact with 368 different individuals that are experiencing homelessness, providing outreach services as well as enforcement action when necessary. They conducted 426 cleanups of various sizes. They also performed 133 arrests or issued citations for various offenses, and placed or assisted in the placement of 45 individuals into a shelter. So they did have a very busy month. Moving on to SMART, which is our Santa Ana Multidisciplinary Homeless Response Team. As you can see from the chart, you can see some of the numbers and stats since we started this program, along with the red dots, which shows that they are operating throughout the entire city. This is a team that, thanks to your leadership, you did increase the hours. It is a team that operates 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. They respond to reports that individuals make on My Santa Ana app, and then also the phone number. You can call directly as well. They take those calls. And then there is an automatic diversion from 911 to the SMART teams based on the information that the caller is providing to the dispatchers. The chart displays the activities from December 2021 up through June 15th. And to date, the team has had 3,315 outreach contacts, responded to over 5,200 calls from dispatch, and as noted on the screen, over 523 individuals have been assisted in exiting the streets of Santa Ana. For the month of May, CityNet exited 72 individuals off the streets, and of this number, 58 individuals went to various emergency shelters, and 4 went home to family, and 4 went to hospitals, and 6 had other types of exits. Now, pivoting to the point in time count, we did talk briefly about this in the last homeless update that you had, but we have some more numbers that we want to share with you. So overall, the count shows that the number of people experiencing homelessness in the entire county fell by 17% from 2019. That number was 6,860, and as a result of this last point in time count, it's 5,718. We do attribute that to the number of increase in shelter beds throughout the entire county, as well as an increase in wraparound services. And in fact, 1,500 emergency shelter beds and over 400 units of permanent supportive housing have opened since the 2019 homeless count. Several cities have launched or increased street outreach as well to help bring unhoused individuals indoors. And the 2022 point-in-time count showed the fastest growing unhoused population across the county is in the area of adults over the age of 50. There are some subpopulations also depicted on the screen. One of the significant success stories has been in the areas of veterans. So you'll see that of that subpopulation, it's dropped all the way down to 280 individuals. They break down the information by unsheltered and sheltered. So the next slide shows you the unsheltered population count for the entire county, and then it is broken up by service planning area. Our city is located in the central planning area, which is the beige one in the middle. There is still more detailed information coming out city by city, and I certainly will bring that back to share with you. But in the unsheltered number of individuals, there was a drop from 3,961 to the 3,057 depicted on for the 22 count. The sheltered totals for all Orange County also decreased, but it was a much smaller decrease than what your decrease was in your unsheltered. Diving into a little more specific to Santa Ana, we've put on the slide a bar chart that shows you of the last 4 times counts were performed. That includes 3 of the Orange County point-in-time counts and then the one that the city of Santa Ana did on their own. And as you can see in both the sheltered and unsheltered count, we have had significant declines. Now to talk about the homeless shelter, our navigation center. It opened its doors. We did a very slow rollout and we transitioned individuals over. We started with addressing some of the women that were on the street and initially transferred 5 women into it. But as of June 6th, it pretty much is open for business, and individuals that we were housing at other locations have now been transitioned over to our homeless center. So as of today, as of June 16th, not today, we do have 80 individuals that are residing in it, and the breakdown is we have males of 45, females 35, we have parents of 3, children of 7, and the important pets of 8. So that is one thing that's really unique about the city shelter, is that we can accommodate all of those populations in segregated areas. The picture over to the right, that was taken at a kickoff meeting just prior to the opening, and depicted in there is a lot of our partners that work very hard on this issue for us. The next slide will show you a little sneak peek of the inside of it. You can see the dining hall, the family lounge area, and we hope that everyone that enters the beautiful Santa Ana Navigation Center will be motivated to start something new in their life and trust the magic of new beginnings. We did not do a ribbon cutting. We were more focused on transitioning homeless into it, but I certainly would offer and extend to each of you, please contact it. We'll be more than happy to do a single tour of you if you'd like to walk through it. And a lot of us spent some time in the end of May. We had a volunteer day on Saturday getting that ready to open up, and many of your employees were all there, and we were assembling beds and setting up chairs, and it was quite an experience. So that is the conclusion of the homeless presentation, and we're available to answer any questions. And then you do have another update scheduled at your next council meeting as well.
Great, thank you for that update. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there are any questions or comments on this presentation. Any members of the council have any questions or comments on this? Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And I want to start off by thanking staff for working around the clock to accomplish this new shelter and get it built and get it up and running for the unhoused community here in the city of Santa Ana. I also want to make a suggestion. You know, I use CityNet a lot, and when we call the number for CityNet, it'll ring, 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 and then it'll tell you press 1 for English or 2 for Spanish. And I want to know if they can just say that at the very beginning. There's no need for people to wait on the phone. I think it'll make the call a lot shorter. Also, another thing that staff and I are aware about in Ward 3 and we're keeping our eye on is that there's been an increase of people in the area that are not the regular folks that we're used to interacting and servicing. And so we are trying to research and find out what the uptick is about. We don't know if it's because something else closed in another city, and so people are now migrating over to Santa Ana. But as soon as we have more information, I'm going to ask staff to relay that information to Ward 3 residents. So you're not necessarily going to get that from me anymore, but staff will be sending out that information. So hopefully my colleagues can support that. And I don't know if you need a motion for that, Christine, or something. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. In your slides, you talked about 523 street exits. What does that exactly mean?
I believe you're referring to the slide, Mayor Pro Tem, on the SMART team, and it's 523 individuals have been assisted in exiting the streets cumulatively from the time that we started the SMART program. And it can be a whole variety of things. It can be they were placed in emergency shelter. It could be that they were united with family members. It could be they were assisted to transition into a sober living home. Those are the most typical types of street exit. But the bottom line is they're not on the street unsheltered.
No, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to get an idea just to make sure what exactly that statistic meant. In regards to the SMART team, I've said it at other council meetings, and in between that last time and today, I'm still getting a lot of complaints. People really want to try to use it. They understand the purpose of it to divert calls away from PD so that PD can go after criminals. And for folks that really just need assistance, the idea is that the SMART team would do it. But I keep getting story after story about, they've called, it's been long response times. In fact, that was something that was missing from your report tonight, was have the response times decreased or increased? I'm going to bet money they probably increased because, frankly, when I talk about the My Santa Ana app, oh my gosh, that's, everybody loves it. Everybody says how responsive it is and how wonderful it works. I literally get the exact opposite when talking about the SMART team. People are not happy about it. They don't see the response, and it's not that they expect, instant results as far as, the person they interact with is going to automatically accept services, but it's the fact that people call and they just want to see the response, and there's just a whole litany of reasons. I mean, I know that when Councilmember Lopez was talking about the delay and actually having somebody pick up, or even just that automated press 1 for English and 2 for Spanish, I've had personally on a couple of instances where it just rang and rang and rang and nobody picked up, and it's very frustrating. So something's got to be done here, and Sandy is doing the same thing over and over, and this SMART team, for whatever reason, I want to keep giving it a chance, but it just is not working with my residents.
So Mayor Pro Tem, we did give the average response time when Ken Gomitsky gave his presentation last time. Sorry, I can't recall what it was. There have been some hiccups, and we've been making adjustments along the way. I think one of the biggest education factor is if there is an emergency situation with a homeless, do call 911. I mean, the police will be even the first ones to tell you that. This is dispatching social service workers and outreach workers, so it isn't an instant, emergency response to them, so it's not as quick as that. So it should be used for those instances when our residents see a homeless individual that looks like they're in need on the streets, but it's not intended to be at the same pace as an emergency response, such as a law enforcement officer. So if someone's in immediate danger, whether it's the homeless individual or they're threatening another individual, this isn't the line to call. You should still call 911.
No, and I understand that, and I think a lot of people understand that. The problem is they'll call on somebody who is not violent, who does not pose a threat, which means they wouldn't call the police department. So they call hoping that someone will come out and offer services, but unless the homeless person is dead asleep or unable to move, sometimes they pick up and they move. And so when the calls are made, maybe the homeless person walks away, and they're walking so they don't get that far, but when the SMART team is dispatched, they arrive at a site. If they don't see the person, they don't do a lap around just to see if maybe the person went 5 minutes one direction or another. They immediately check the box and they move on to the next call. And so I think there's a lot of frustration because when people don't see the response, and you could say, well, that's not the intention, but realize the end user, they're not waiting for us to, I mean, they're trying to work with us, but at the same time, when they don't get that result, they're going to go right back to what they've been doing, which is calling PD, and they're anticipating some sort of resolution to the call. And again, I think a lot of people want to give this program a chance because I think many of us that interact with the homeless recognize that many of them are not posing a threat and they don't warrant a police officer interacting with them, but something has to be done to, I think, improve the response time. Again, I understand it's not immediate, but there's a difference between an emergency reaction, like quick, get somebody out here, somebody's in danger, versus let's get somebody out here because we want to get this person help. There was a person in my ward that, and I want to give thanks to our COLT team for this, where there were interactions of multiple occasions because someone would call and then the person would pick up and leave just because that's what they did. And it took a while to finally get the services to this person. But again, I think if you had a more quicker response, that particular individual probably would have got assistance much sooner than not. So my hope is that as you guys are evolving the program, there's something we can do to improve the response times, because it's not an emergency issue. It's just a matter of actually, making the contact before they slip away.
Mayor Pro Tem, we can bring back with the next presentation those response times. I think you will see that they are not extremely long.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. Great job to staff in getting those 80 beds opened up at the Navigation Center. My question is, do you have a timeline as to when more beds will become open, or when we can start using the facilities and eventually use up and fill it with homeless individuals so that we can put it to full use?
I believe by the end of June, we will have the permanent certificate of occupancy, which will scale it up to capacity for 200. And then the second story of it, we were going to place it on hold, but we have continued to make the improvements up there, which will add an additional 100. So it will be up for 300 individuals in the shelter, with the vast majority of that occurring by the end of this month.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other comments, I simply want to say thank you to staff, number one, for getting this. And I know it's been a while, but I do want to give a special shout out to Ken Gominski, who I know did a lot of work on his own and his team to try to accelerate the construction. I know we've had some bumps in the road, but it really, at this point, we're able to do, these many beds. But the idea is to get up to 300 eventually. So we'll be able to help a lot more people. Please, I know I don't see him here, but let him know that we certainly appreciate his work, because it's been a long time for the council to be expecting this to be done. So that being said, I think that's it for this presentation. I believe the OC streetcar project presentation by OCTA, I guess they're not going to be able to be present with us tonight.
They were unable to attend tonight, but they did forward an update, and each of you should have received that by email several days ago.
Got it. That brings us to the closed session report.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to actually comment on the
Go
OCTA
ahead.
presentation. So on our agenda tonight, it says that they were invited. And so did you invite OCTA staff to come?
Certainly our Public Works Department did make that request for them to come.
So outreach was made from the city to OCTA, and their response was?
I don't think it was an immediate response, but they did eventually get back, and it was a matter of staffing. So right now their CEO is in New York. They're in the middle of a financing obligation. He didn't have staff available. The other thing that they did communicate with us is that they really only want to come and do an update when they have some really major updates to make announcements on, and they do believe that they will have that in July. So we are fully expecting their participation at your meeting in July.
Well, I've been to multiple meetings in the community where I've heard OCTA staff promise if they were invited, which I have to believe that that's why our agenda says invited. I mean, why would you put that on there for any other reason other than they were invited? They were invited and they decided not to show up. I reached out to the CEO of OCTA today, and I'm going to read parts of that email that I received from OCTA CEO. So it's good to know that he was responding to me from New York. This afternoon, he said, I've been in regular contact with Mayor Sarmiento, both in his capacity with the city and as an OCTA board member regarding the project. Because of this partnership, it was my understanding that your staff serving as our project partner would update the council. Now, my first thought on that is, why would OCTA, the project lead, ask our staff to provide the update? They could make it. I mean, they are not a small agency, and yet they couldn't find one or two people to make it down here. I'm a little disappointed in that. And then they go on to say that they had communicated with you, Madam City Manager, and they say that they'd be pleased to offer an update to the council with support from city staff. Again, implying that city staff should have to be the ones. They're not your staff. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if Nabil's got folks out there joining the contractors, swinging hammers and doing work, but I'm assuming it's OCTA's contractors. So I don't think it's fair to you, Madam City Manager, or to Director Saba to ask you to have to provide the updates on behalf of OCTA. I can't imagine if we were doing that in other places for other agencies. I just can't imagine how we would be able to step in that role. And then when I further pressed the OCTA CEO, he said, I'd be happy to discuss this request with OCTA Director Sarmiento. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not intending to put you on the spot, but what I really would like you to, from the council, because I believe, and my colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong, we asked for OCTA staff to come to this council to present monthly updates. Not every meeting, but monthly updates, because while they are having meetings with select individuals in the community, we know that many folks watch our meetings. They can access it on YouTube. They have the ability, especially if they're actually making progress on the project, to get the word out to as many people as possible. And I think there's a lot of people tonight that would probably have more questions because there's no update from OCTA staff. So, Mayor Sarmiento, because you're our only representative from the council to OCTA, can we get your commitment that you'll ask the CEO and have them bring staff? Because 1 minute they're telling us it's an invite, 1 minute they've got to contact you. So since they're asking you, and again, I'm not trying to deliberately put you on the spot, but can you help us get them here?
So let me go ahead and just respond. And are you done with your comments?
Yes.
So I've asked them to come. I think all of us have asked them, and the invitation was extended when they first came. One thing I would remind us is that they hold meetings every other Monday. And I think I've seen many of those members of the public, the merchants that have been there. I think we all, as council members, can go independently and go let them know that we'd like to have them come back, or make any comments to them that you'd like to make of them when they come present to us. I would invite you all there. I see Supervisor Foley's chief of staff here, Mr. Annis. Her and I have been trying to compel them to not only come to this council meeting, but to meet with members of the community regularly. So that's something that we've done together. But I would invite all of you to those board meetings. They're Monday mornings, and it's not a bad idea to go represent your residents and people in your ward and the city there to make sure.
If I may, Mayor Sarmiento, the CEO is saying that he would discuss this request with you. I can show up, the other 5 of us can show up, but it sounds like he wants to hear it from you. And I'm hoping that you can compel him to come to our meetings, because these folks here, they're already taking time out of their night to be here. And then to ask them, who are already struggling with their business, to take time out during the day to go to a board meeting. I mean, we're already asking a lot of them. I mean, what's a 30 minutes to come here, 15 minutes to give an update to the city of Santa Ana? Is it really that much?
Okay. So that's, So I think they should come. They've been invited by me to come. So you don't have to compel me to do anything that I've already done, right? But I think that we also don't want to grandstand up here. We all know that what we've all told them as a group is for them to come here and
Are you saying that I'm grandstanding?
Well, I think right now you're stating the obvious, which is we've all invited them to come here, right? I don't think there's anybody on this dais that doesn't want them to come give regular reports. I'm not sure if I'm mistaken about that. I'm not, to the exclusion of somebody who serves on that board who's asked them. There is nobody here that wouldn't want them to come. So let that be clear. right? So let's not state the obvious in any event.
Well, real
Look,
quick, Mr.
we'll
Mayor,
go
if I
ahead.
may respond, the only reason I'm bringing this up and the only reason I'm directing comments towards you is because I've had email correspondence with OCTA CEO today. So it's not obvious to everybody. I took time out to invite him myself, thinking for some reason there must have been some miscommunication between our staff and OCTA, and then I get this response that says, I would be happy to discuss this request with OCTA Director Sarmiento. So hence why I'm asking, if you wouldn't mind, I guess, asking again, or just making another request.
Let's do this. Madam City Manager, please draft a letter in writing, and you can have our Public Works Director also sign off on that, letting them know that from my office, I want them to come give regular updates.
Will do.
Thank you.
So it's going to be stating the obvious, putting something in writing, reducing it, memorializing the obvious to what we've already done. But in any event, look, rather than go round and round in circles about this, it's pretty clear, and I hope there's a consensus, unless there's a council member up here that don't want them to come. And if that's the case, let them speak now. But look, to the extent that we all want them to come. But I would remind us as well, they are the lead agency, but they're not the only agency. So they do 90% of this work. I think we have 10%, is that what it is? 10% interest in this project?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if it's exact percentage, but certainly as a local agency, we do coordinate closely with them on the street activity.
Okay. So let's do this. In the event that they don't show up, if the Public Works Director wouldn't mind giving us an update on what the city's done and what's been done by OCTA as well. That's not gonna remove their responsibility, but at the same time, we can go ahead and ask questions of our staff. And as I said, when it comes to claims, when it comes to work progress, we can get updates from our staff as well. So why don't we do that? That way we plug those holes when they're not able to come, or they decide not to. So I do think that we have some responsibility as a city, as a public works agency as well, to make sure that the project is moving along well, and we have somebody to respond to on our behalf. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. The frustrating thing for me, Madam City Manager, is that, last week I attended their community meeting that they had at the Santa Ana Regional Transportation Center, which was to update the community on the Santa Ana Boulevard stretch construction that's going to commence in the next couple of months, which is in Ward 6, which I represent. And I didn't know about it. I wasn't invited by OCTA staff. I was invited by a resident along with the mayor that this meeting was taking place. So I show up at this meeting, and the two staff members from OCTA that have come before us to give updates and presentations say that they'd be more than happy to come if they were invited. So I'm sitting there, and it's like, we are on our agenda to come next meeting. I think you've been invited. And so we went into this back and forth of them actually being invited to come present here, and now hearing from the CEO that they would only come to present at the city council meeting if there was a big update from the project, which according to them, there isn't. But just last week, 4th Street has been opened in one way. I think that's a pretty large update given the ordeal that we've been through the last 6 months. Second, they are now updating the local residents about a full Santa Ana Boulevard potential closure because of the construction of the railing that's going to go down there. I think that's a huge update, given that it's a stretch that connects our downtown with the Santa Ana train station. So the fact that OCTA with a straight face can say, there's no large updates right now, so we're not going to come. I mean, that is a blatant lie. Obviously not you guys, not the mayor up here, nobody, or the mayor pro tem, but from OCTA staff. So I think it's very frustrating to go to these meetings and see large updates, but then tell us, hey, we don't have large updates to give you, so we're not coming to your city council meeting. I think that is where I'm very frustrated with. I mean, at this point, I don't know where to address it. So I'm happy that we're moving that direction now of formalizing a request to come update us, but I think that's critical because of that stretch of Santa Ana Boulevard that's going to impede on a lot of residents and private homes, not businesses at this time, but private homes and hundreds of people that, need to come in and out of work every day and have probably no idea that this is coming. So just my opinion, 2 cents, and I will leave it at that. So I would hope that if we can, add all our signatures to that letter so that there's just clarity on wanting them to come here to give a presentation. So that's it, Mayor Sarmiento. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Madam City Manager, for putting this on the agenda. And I can attest, when the streetcar construction first happened, Mayor Sarmiento and I, at the drop of a hat, we would happily meet with not only street merchants, but our city manager and OCTA on a number of occasions. So we have consistently advocated, the mayor and myself, for OCTA to provide a level of transparency that residents and businesses deserve. I think I echo similar sentiments. I would like my name added to that letter, Madam City Manager. I know our city manager did her due diligence in requesting for them to be present today. The city of Santa Ana had nothing to do with why they decided to not show up, but I can assure you that our city manager actively worked on making sure that we extended that invitation. So with that being said, I want to be proactive in talking about updates and talking about moving forward and getting out of this challenge with the streetcar. So I'm going to read an update for the Orange County streetcar. OCTA is looking to expedite construction activities where feasible. I'll provide a summary of recent Orange County streetcar construction milestones that they shared with us via email. What they've reported is that they have a substantial completion of the Santa Ana River and Westminster bridges with the placement of concrete plinths and rails. Fairview Street and 5th Street at grade crossing are completed. 80% of the overhead catenary system poles have been installed. Construction of the maintenance and storage facility, MSF, is ongoing, and completion of steel erection occurred on May 10, 2022. Embedded tracks installed include Santa Ana Boulevard, westbound from French Street to Wright Street, eastbound from Wright Street to Bristol Street, and eastbound from Flower Street to Sasser Park, and on Mortimer Street from 4th Street to 6th Street. Embedded eastbound track and Santa Ana construction is ongoing on Santa Ana Boulevard from Bristol Street to Flower. Key completed work on 4th Street has progressed to having all embedded track complete from Broadway through French Street, except for the intersections at Main and Broadway. The Bush Street and French Street intersections are significantly completed and are now open to traffic, and Sycamore Street and French Street platform work are ongoing. The westbound lane from French Street to Bush Street was recently opened on June 9th, 2022. The eastbound lane cannot be opened until mid-August due to the ongoing work at the French Street platform. On June 20th, the Santa Ana 4th Street, Ross Street intersection was closed. Special track and intersection work will be accelerated to significantly complete the work and open the intersection before the start of Nova Academy School on August 10th. And the last update is on June 20th, eastbound track work began on Santa Ana Boulevard from Mortimer Street to Santiago. Traffic was shifted from the north side of Santa Ana Boulevard to accommodate the construction zone. And that completes my update. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other questions or remarks, let me go ahead and compliment the council member that represents that district, in addition to Council Member Mendoza. Council Member Hernandez, thank you for that thorough update, because that is a productive comment. I think that what that does is it gives people an idea of what work is being done. Let me just give you the kind of update that I think is important, that has not a lot to do with work, but it has a lot to do with the relief. And here with us is, as I said, Supervisor Foley's Chief of Staff, Nick Annis, who's going to be speaking on public comments, and I'll go ahead and call on him a little later. But we're going to be appropriating $1.2 million that the Board of Supervisors in Orange County went ahead and dedicated to this relief effort. So that is in addition to the $1.5 million that the city's already dedicated to business interruption grants. Tonight will be the final vote on the budget, which includes another $1.5 million of relief that'll go towards business interruption and grants towards businesses. I know that there's been discussion now of providing grants to independent contractors who also work in the city, who don't have business licenses, but to the extent that there'll be $1,000 grants made available to them. So that brings the tally to, in the event that the budget is approved, and I think everything looks good to approve the budget with the line item of $1.5 million, that's $3 million from the city in addition to $1.2 million from the county. So that's 4.2. In addition to that, I know that Senator Umberg's office has been in contact with me, and I've been advocating, lobbying him very hard to have the legislature also provide some additional relief and to grow this business interruption grant. So he is looking at dedicating another $1 million towards this effort. So that brings the total to over $5 million. That doesn't mean that OCTA is off the hook. We still are working with them. I know the city manager's office and I are working with them diligently to see how they can provide some effort because I know Supervisor Foley and I have asked them to consider giving additional business grants individually to businesses. They believe that legally they can't. So to the extent that they can provide some other sources of support to maybe something that is a public purpose, like a subsidy for the parking, that is going to benefit not only the public, but customers and staff and employees that work there. So that is another way that they can provide relief, which will free up some money on our end to be able to provide some additional individual grants. So that is the work that's ongoing to grow the amount of relief that's available. It started at $1.5 million from us. Now it looks like it's going to be growing hopefully to over $4 million, $5 million. So that is the work that goes on behind the scenes because we know that the construction, fortunately, is going at a pace at least quicker than what everybody expected. It looks like it's accelerated, but the relief that all of you have asked for is something that has been an ongoing effort. And hopefully now, as we approve the appropriation from the county, as we approve the budget, that's another $2.7 million that'll go into that account as of tonight. So that is always good news that there'll be some additional relief. That won't be a new program. It'll just roll into the existing program that we have, and it'll cause no delays. So with that, let me go ahead and move along to the next item, which is the closed session report, and I'll ask the city attorney if she has anything to report out.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. We had 3 closed session items this evening, but we do not have any reportable action.
Great, thank you. That brings us to the public comment section of our meeting. And so this is the time and place for the City Council to receive comments from members of the public on agendized and non-agendized items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into any discussion at this time. We will hear from members of the public that are here in person first, and then I'll turn it over to the clerk to see if there's anybody online that wishes to address us. We are one of the most accessible meetings. I just want to state that sometimes we always forget, but there are other public agencies that only allow people to appear in person. We continue to allow for people to comment to us by phone, virtually, and that's something that is really, really important in an era of lack of transparency and open government. So I do want to remind you that you have 3 minutes to speak. You don't have to exhaust the entire 3 minutes. Please let us know your name. And we don't need a specific address, but if you could tell us where in Santa Ana you reside, specifically the ward if you know, that will be helpful. And I'll go ahead and ask the clerk if there's anybody online that wishes to address us.
Yes, Mayor, we do have one caller online. Did you
Go
want to
ahead
begin
and
with
make your comments, and then we'll go ahead and start with
the in-person? Did you want to start with in-person? You want to start with the virtual?
Let me go ahead and do the in-person. All right. Without further ado, let me call on, I've mentioned him twice already, so Nick Annis, come on up here, and you'll be our first public speaker, followed by Valentin Martinez, followed by Bratiel Aseshi.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I don't mind coming after hours to give an update. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to comment and thank the city of Santa Ana with partnering with the County of Orange on this grant. You know, Supervisor Foley was elected a little over 15 months ago to a district that didn't include the city of Santa Ana. But when a little over 6 months ago, we were assigned to represent the city as a result of redistricting, we initially saw it as a challenge to be sort of thrust into representing such a large and diverse city, but we also saw an opportunity to show what we can do when our county partners with our cities. So one of the first major issues we faced was the streetcar. And so after we approved our $1.2 million grant last month, we decided to approach the city to see if they'd partner with us to administer. And so when I think Dylan Wright reached out to your city manager, you probably didn't even finish the sentence before she said yes. And so we got that into effect right away. And we are just so grateful that we could work together to get this money out into the streets and partner with the city, with Supervisor Foley. I know we've been working on other items with the city related to adding security officers for the flood channel, moving up renovations for our courthouse. I think we're going to be talking about some of those response time issues in homelessness and how we could further those partnerships. But we're incredibly grateful in helping getting our residents support and looking forward to working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Annis. Thank you for those comments, and please give our regards to the supervisor. She's been a tireless advocate on behalf of this issue. Let me go ahead and call now on Valentin Martinez and then Bratiel Ashesi, followed by Mimi Mar.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Valentín Martínez, soy dueño de Ninos Brairo. Mi tienda está ubicada en la calle 4. Desafortunadamente, estamos todavía luchando, pero el caso no vengo a esto. Yo vengo solamente a dar unas cuantas palabras. Muchas veces juzgan a los políticos buenos por los políticos malos, los generalizan. En este caso no vengo yo a ver esto, yo exactamente vengo nada más a darle las gracias por lo que han estado ayudando a nosotros, que desde que comenzó esta construcción, ustedes, todos los que están aquí, han estado haciendo todo lo posible para que nuestros negocios pues sigan adelante y más que nada a eso yo venía, a darle las gracias.
Gracias, Valentín.
Good evening. My name is Valentin Martinez, and I'm the owner of Nino's Bridal store on 4th Street. And unfortunately, we are still fighting regarding this issue. But I'm not here to speak about this. I'm here to say that sometimes we judge the good politicians and bundle them in with the bad politicians. But I'm not here to speak about that. I'm here to just say thank you. Thank you for your help. Thank you because during this construction, all of you have done everything that is possible to help our businesses continue. So I'm just here to say thank you.
I think we should invite Valentin back here again. Just kidding. Mimi Mar, followed by Kimberly Castro, followed by Moises Vasquez.
Since OCTA is not here, I just want to say thank you for being supportive of the business owners downtown. Thank you for listening to what we have to say. Thank you for the original $1.2 million grant. I'm also very grateful for the Board of Supervisors approving the $1.2 million grant for our city to disperse. This will help a little. Just want to thank you for continuing with your support for the downtown business owners. I was told that I can only come up here once, and I wanted to comment on item number 54. And so I also want to thank the council and mayor for adopting a resolution to appeal resolution number 416 by the former Santa Ana Board of Trustees to burn down and destroy the Chinatown in 1906. I'm also speaking on behalf of Commissioner Alan Wu, and he can't be here tonight, but much of our lives have been limited by the Chinese Exclusion Act and racist treatment, and that was law back in the late 1800s of the Chinese immigrants, American. Repealing the resolution to burn down Chinatown will prove that we did nothing wrong and that we're Americans. Again, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mimi. Thank you for those powerful comments. Kimberly Castro, followed by Moises Vasquez, followed by Victor Mendez.
Oh my God. Hi, guys. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kimberly Castro. I'm 16 years old, and I am a resident, proud, born and raised in Santa Ana, and I am also a youth leader at Latino Health Access and in youth groups. I'm also representing Vela. I would first like to thank everybody and for including the suggestions of Santa Ana residents in the city budget plan to be approved. And I would also want to thank and continue to invest in youth programming and services, job training, job opportunities, and allocating funds for a police oversight board. As a youth in the Santa Ana, it's always important to keep us in mind and investing in our programs. It allows us to have a safe place. When you invest in us, it gives us the power to strive and succeed as young people in the community, despite our differences. Don't forget the youth. We are the new generation, and we will continue to make Santa Ana a better place for ongoing years. Please continue investing in the health and wellness of the Santa Ana youth. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Kimberly. Moises Vasquez, followed by Victor Mendez, followed by Maribel Gomez.
Good evening. My name is Moises Vasquez, raised in Santa Ana, and I work with youth at Latino Health Access. And I just want to thank, as you approved the budget for our city, just to continue considering investing in youth and investing and allocating funds for a police oversight committee, which is something that I remember being in youth groups when I was younger, and that's something that we have been asking for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you, Moises. Victor Mendez, followed by Maribel Gomez, followed by Ana Laura Padilla.
Okay. So on a night when we're celebrating parks, you know, and our youth and our libraries, I don't really feel this budget really respects that tradition. You know, it didn't come to my attention that you were actually allocating this 2/3 revenue from cannabis to general citywide expenditures for police and for our code enforcement. It wasn't transparent, it wasn't clear, and it took a lot of digging on my part to figure it out. Water under the bridge. We're at a decision point. I get it. This can't go on again next year. Having said that, I've identified several pools of money that may be available to help out our good youth and our people. $400,000 for the overreach of the $2 million that was authorized for the 8 police officers. $6.5 million in unaccrued funds from the equipment maintenance fund. And again, I'm just guessing here. $6 million from this unallocated reserve, so to speak. $3.0 million from the balance available through 6/30/22 that's projected for that 2/3 allocation of cannabis meant for the park. So my understanding, I don't know if it's already been observed, there's about $3 million for parks at year-end 6/30/23 projected. So there's some money sitting there that we can do something tonight. What will we do? My recommendations, $400,000 to establish a storefront psychological support for our community. Those 2 officers that died in El Monte were the result of responding to a domestic violence incident. Mental health is not a duplicate service, and you should not be holding back because you got a liability. Again, these 2 officers died out of a domestic violence response. $1 million for a mental health fan. $2 million to get our parks and services back where they belong. You know, bring it back for programming later, get the money in there, and if you don't like it, kick it back to the reserve. I'm okay with that. But give our parks, our youth, a darn chance. Now today I came across a very interesting overtime from the police, an overtime report for police overtime. I can't go into detail right now, but there are 468 instances in this overtime report over 3 years, 3 payment years. The highest number of hours that were logged was 1,476 hours in 1 year, overtime. 1,476 in 1 year. In 2 years, one officer made $200,000 in overtime. In fact, he's a sergeant in the vice, I believe. let's agree that what Councilmember Becerra did was good and helps moving forward, but we got some past that you guys got to clean up and figure out so this never happens again. It's almost, when I look at the data, and I know it needs to be investigated, it needs to be vetted, it's kind of obscene. Okay?
Victor, if you can wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Maribel Gomez, followed by Ana Laura Padilla.
Buenas noches a todos y todas. Mi nombre es Maribel Gómez. Estoy aquí esta noche para dar las gracias, así como algunos de mis compañeros ya lo dijeron, en nombre de todos, a todos ustedes que nos han ayudado. Y de esa manera hemos podido algunos de nosotros mantener nuestros negocios abiertos. Estamos aquí para escuchar los avances del proyecto de Octa en la calle 4. Pero, sorpresa, Octa no está presente, no tiene respeto para nosotros, aún más anuncia el cierre de unas calles y cierra otras sin previo aviso. Estamos desgastados, por eso pedimos a la ciudad y a nuestros representantes y a usted en especial, Mayor, muchas gracias por su ayuda, pero seguimos pidiendo por favor que se le force a Octa a estar presente cuando está en la agenda. Estamos nosotros presentes aquí dejando nuestros negocios y todas nuestras actividades y poder estar aquí presentes esta noche. Muchas gracias por escuchar nuestros comentarios. Les agradecemos de verdad a todos ustedes. Gracias.
Good evening to all here present. My name is Maribel Gomez, and I'm here tonight to thank you for everything that you have done to us. As other people have said, you all have helped us to keep our businesses afloat. And I'm here tonight to hear from OCTA. But oh surprise, OCTA is not here. They do not respect us. And when they make an announcement, they announce the closure of some streets, but they close other different streets without a previous notice. And we're asking you, as our representatives, asking you specifically, Mr. Mayor, to help us, to represent us. First of all, again, thank you for all the help that you have given us. But we want you to force OCTA to be here when they are on the agenda. So once again, thank you for all the help that you have given us in this matter.
Ana Padilla. Madam Clerk, is there anybody online?
We do have one.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Ana Padilla, and I have two businesses in downtown Santa Ana. Like my other colleagues, I was here because I was expecting an OCTA update, but it's just so disrespectful that they didn't show up again. I'm just frustrated, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to see that the street card is just causing so much stress on us, and I appreciate Councilmember Hernandez that gave us an update, but the update is wrong. And I'll suggest to for all of you, whenever you get an update from the OCTA, go and walk the streets and see if that what they're writing on your reports are right. I have my restaurant, Perla Mexican Cuisine on 4th and French. I received an update on last week saying that they were just gonna close Rose Street, but they were not gonna be touching 4th Street until all 4th Street was going to be open. Well, I just found out yesterday that they have closed 4th Street right in front of my business because they did not have any way to storage the tracks and also their trucks. So they used that street for storage. And that was something that I did not plan ahead for my business because I constantly asked for them, when are they going to close that street? And they say not yet. So I was very excited at the OC Pride Parade because it was going to come down that street and it was going to benefit my business that has been hurting so much from this. And now it's not. They have to move it to 3rd Street because now they cannot pass through 4th Street when those are the businesses that are being more affected, and that we need these type of events to help us and bring more customers. So all I'm saying is that OCTA is not giving the reports accurate, and that's what we need all of your support to put some check and balances on them, to just tell them to respect our city, to respect our community, to respect our people, to respect the business owners that were there every day trying to survive through this new pandemic that we have. It's infuriating that it doesn't matter how many meetings we go, because we're there every Monday at 9 a.m. when they have a meeting. And all we ask is for an accurate update. All we ask is for them to have check and balances, to not neglect the city, to not disrespect us at this level. That's all we're asking right now. Because yeah, we asked for an interruption fund. They already say no. And we're thankful for the money that you're giving us to survive. We're super thankful for Katrina Foley and the money that she pushed to be approved. Yes, but more than money right now, we need a plan. We need to know what's happening. We need to be advised. We have invited them to town hall meetings. They don't come either. We need direction. What's going to happen next? How can we survive through this? What street is going to be closed? Yeah, they open 4th Street, but you cannot go through Bush. So it's creating more mess. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you again for everything.
Madam Clerk, so that ends up our in-person comments. Do you have anybody online?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. It looks like we also have 2 additional who raised their hand virtually. Before unmuting callers, I'd like to begin by reporting the following summary of emails provided as of today. 11 non-agenda items from Santa Ana residents requested to end residential permit parking program. For item 11, to Santa Ana businesses in support of approving $1.5 million for downtown business assistance. Item 54, one Orange County resident requested a plaque to be placed at the location for a commemoration. Item 62, 29 Santa Ana residents were in support of the item. Item 6, and that's all. With that, virtual caller Zoom ID, Carl Benninger, if you would please select the microphone icon to unmute your device and proceed with your comment.
Good evening, Council. This is Carl Benninger. I live in Ward 4 in the city. I have 3 items I want to cover quickly. Number 1, you guys did a great job on the budget. And so please pass the budget tonight as is. There's something there for everybody. And it's a great compromise because not one person got everything. But there's a lot of good things in this budget. I would recommend review after 90 days and see if you're still on. Don't wait for half of the year. Do it 90 days from now and you can make adjustments from there. Secondly, I'd like to announce that Comlink will have its award meeting this Thursday at Santa Ana College in the Johnson Center. We're going to recognize 12 heroes that live up to the motto of Comlink, improving neighborhoods block by block. And that's what these folks do, as well as 14 people in our most beautiful yards. None of these people will get paid. This is all volunteers. And so anyone that's out there, please come. We have food, we have parking, and you're more than welcome. 7 o'clock, Santa Ana College, Johnson Center. Just follow the signs when you get there. And lastly, I was really impressed tonight of who this council is recognizing. All of you did an excellent job. And I feel very close to the ones that get through school because I had to go to work in junior and high school to finish my high school education in Catholic school as well as then college. And so I gave up parties. I gave up, even lost a girlfriend one time because I was no fun to be with. But once you get that degree, it makes a world of difference. And rather than saying this owed me, go out and make something of it. That's what's beautiful about this country, that you can develop yourself. And if you work hard, good things happen. So with that, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Carla A, if you would please select the microphone icon to unmute your device.
Yes. Good evening. So I wanted to mention on the topic that Phil was talking about in regards to prioritizing calls that do come in. I myself was a victim of assault by these aggressive homelesses that are walking around our city and putting a tremendous threat on us sober-minded civilians. So it's becoming a really a tremendous difficult situation to even walk to the stores now. And when we do call the police, if we're not alert or we're not acting promptly, we do not get the adequate attention. These polices are not attending to our calls until after 2 hours, and this is seriously disrespectful. And we do need to be prioritizing that because it can save people's lives. And in regards to the OCTA, they should have been there. That's not okay. We all need to be informed and taken into consideration. And being updates, we need constant updates as business owners. We need to feel like we matter, and we are not getting that feedback from certain people, especially OCTA, and this really needs attention. We also would love to beg you guys, all of you guys that are sitting here as representatives from the city, to make sure that all of us as business owners are being informed of everything that is being just informed to certain people, and a lot of us are being left in uncertainty, and this is for a lot of the business owners in downtown 4th Street. So it is very vital that we make sure that we have a point of contact and that we are informed that it's just not one person that you guys are contacting, because this is not okay. Like I said, we need to be informed, and thank you for what you guys have done so far. But we want to make sure that things are done adequately, and at least we can have some peace of mind in knowing what is to come. Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Zoom user, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Juliet Castro y quiero darles las gracias a todos por el apoyo que nos han dado, pero también quiero recordarles que ya son 5 meses en los que hemos sido afectados. Mi negocio ha sido afectado por esta construcción, mi negocio ha sido vandalizado. He hablado con la representante de Orange County del bus y no me han mandado ni una llamada ni nada. Y no se me hace justo, como están diciendo todos mis compañeros, que nosotros estemos aquí atendiendo a las juntas y que ellos no nos estén atendiendo de esta manera. Incluso se han de estar hasta riendo de nosotros. Y quiero decir que en estos meses que se vienen más, en la calle 4 y Broadway va a ser cerrada. En unos cuantos días más voy a ser un poco más afectada. Mi economía ha estado bajando, no estoy generando lo mismo que generé el año pasado. Su ayuda para mí es muy importante. También me gustaría que si la ayuda que nos vayan a dar sea para todos igual. Yo estoy en el 2º piso. Por estar en el 2º piso a lo mejor me va a tocar un poco menos de lo que se había dado. Es muy importante para mí hablar de lo que me vaya a tocar a mí, porque esto es parte de lo que vaya a ser para mí en un año más. Quiero darles las gracias una vez más y que sean considerados de cómo nos van a repartir los fondos que van a existir, porque no quiero perder mi negocio. Es lo único que hago, es con lo que pago mi renta, pago mis aseguranzas, pago todo lo que tenga que ver. Yo soy sola, no estoy casada, estoy soltera, entonces tengo que yo mirar cómo voy a sacar ayuda para sobrevivir en Orange County, que es demasiadamente caro todo, y todos ustedes lo sabemos. Muchas gracias.
Good evening. My name is Juliet Castro, and thank you for all the support that you have given us. But I'm also here to remind you that it's been 5 months that our businesses have been affected. My business has been affected. My business has been vandalized. And I tried to speak to the representative from OCTA and have not received a call back. And it's not fair that we are here. We come to these meetings and they don't come and they don't listen to us. Maybe they're even laughing at us. I don't know. So in the next few months, I'm concerned because 4th and Broadway is going to be closed, and my business has not been doing well. My income has been even lower than last year's, so I need help with my business. And I'm asking that you distribute the money equally for all, My business is on the second floor, and maybe because of that, I may be receiving less help due to that. So please, thank you for this, and please consider the distribution of the funds, the money, and I'm counting on this so I don't lose my business. From my business, I have to pay my rent and my insurance and all my expenses. I am alone, I'm not married, I'm single, so it's very expensive to survive in Orange County. Everything's expensive, as you all know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. That was the last caller.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to ask if there's any questions that they wish to pull off the consent calendar or recuse or mention a conflict. And I'll begin. I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself on item number 20. I did receive a campaign contribution from Guarantee Chevrolet, so I'm going to recuse myself on that item. I'll open it up to the council to see if there's any others. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull item 26, item 11, and I'd like to make a comment on item 54. I received an email from Alan Wu, who shared he wouldn't be able to attend today, and he wanted to relay that he was thankful for the council and the apology across this nation and the Chinese community, Chinese American community, large and small. They noticed what Santa Ana did. Chinese American leaders and leaders of APIA organizations noticed. School teachers have shared that they are going to use this apology in their lesson plan when teaching Asian American history, and that the Asian American and Chinese community are thankful for this agenda item to repeal the actions of the 1906 Board of Trustee. And he would like to urge the City Council to pass this resolution. And on behalf of Chinese American community, he'd like to thank the council for removing the shame and embracing the Chinese American community. Much of their lives have been limited by the Chinese Exclusion Act, racist treatment of Chinese immigrants and Chinese Americans. Repealing this resolution to burn down Chinatown will prove they did nothing wrong and that they should be embraced as Americans.
Thank you, Council. And just to get it correct, you pulled item number 11 and 26 as well.
Correct, sir.
Got it. Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Fan?
So many. All right, so I have a list here because we have 68 odd items. I'd like to recuse myself from the following items out of an abundance of caution, as some of them are either current clients of my employer or somehow related to current clients. And so if they are pulled from the agenda, I will leave the dais in the room while it's being discussed. So item number 18, People Space, 22, Los Angeles Truck Centers, 37, Boutier Engineering, 50, Atkinson Andelson, the law firm, 61, Santa Ana College Rancho Santiago Community College District, and 62, Jamboree. To clarify, I have personally never worked with any of these, but someone at my firm has. Thank you.
Thank you for those. Any other?
I have comments on some other items. Should I
Sure.
just make
Do you want to
them
go ahead and
now?
make them
Okay.
now?
So regarding item 54, first I'd like to say thank you to staff and thank you to our city attorney's office for following up with this specific item and drafting this resolution. For just, Councilmember Hernandez, Commissioner Alan Wu, residents have spoken about this, but when we issued an apology for the burning of Chinatown, it was really important to us, as brought up by local historian Dylan Almendral, actually an Irvine resident, Cindy Sue, who brought this issue before me, that we also revoke these resolutions that are still on the record, that are still on the books, that promote hate and racism and acts of terror. And so I'm just so proud that our city council is supportive of this and that we continue to right the wrongs of the past and that we can celebrate our diversity here. And I think the fact that we have a diverse group of individuals, not just within the city, but around the county and the state of California who are noticing this particular issue tells us that doing the right thing, well, there's never a wrong time to do the right thing. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Any other, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just wanted to also pull item 26.
Thank you. On my left, any
Thank you,
council
Mayor.
member?
I just want to pull items 56 and 62.
Got it. Any others? Seeing none, before I entertain a motion for the, Oh,
Sorry,
Councilmember
I
Lopez.
didn't catch the first part of the items that got pulled. I was walking in.
So Councilmember Hernandez pulled item number 11 and item number 26, and Councilmember Peñalosa pulled item number 56 and 62.
Okay, great. I'd like to make comment on, I'd like to provide comment on item 13, please.
Yes.
I just want to thank the mayor and our supervisor, Katrina Foley, for being able to successfully fight for this funding that we're going to be appropriating today. It is my understanding that it was not an easy fight. There was a lot of roadblocks that the supervisor was met with from different supervisors or even their own legal team. And so this, to me, does not go unnoticed. I appreciate it. I hope that the, business owners that are here today, receive this money, sooner rather than later. But that is one of the reasons why we are appropriating the money today, because it was much easier for the city of Santa Ana to be able to give the money that the county had, as opposed to the county trying to give that money to the business owners that rightfully deserve it because of the construction project that has been mismanaged by OCTA. So again, I just want to thank the supervisor, city manager. I would like to actually send a thank you letter to the supervisor. I don't know if any other council member has any interest in signing on to that, but it would be a request that I would be making of CMO staff.
Thank you, Councilmember. I do want to mention that staff wants to continue a couple of items as well. Item number 61 and the corresponding item on the Housing Authority calendar, item number 4. So both of those, with the indulgence of the council and at the request of staff, we will be continuing those items to the next meeting. I simply want to talk on a couple of issues that were mentioned already. The one on the apology for the burning of Chinatown. I want to thank the council members that took the initiative to do this. I think it was a unanimous support. It was a great ceremony. I think Mimi spoke very, very well and passionate about this. I think it's especially important to Asian Americans, the Chinese community, but it affects us all as immigrants and those of us who make Santa Ana our home, and to empathize and understand that how difficult a moment it was, and for us to acknowledge that there were mistakes made, egregious mistakes made by our predecessors here in this council, and to the extent that all we're offering is an apology on their behalf and on all our behalf, that government should not be involved in thwarting any immigrant population under the guise of what was unfortunately what they called out as a public health emergency. And it just shows how overreach by government can be so dangerous to any communities, and sometimes they're done under, again, like I said, the guise of what appears to be a legitimate public purpose. That was abuse, and that was discrimination, and that was hate. So I'm hoping that this small gesture took us a long way in curing that, and at least providing some relief for the Chinese community, but also the Asian American community and the immigrant community as a whole. And finally, I do want to echo what many of you have said. I would like to also, and I sit right next to Supervisor Foley, would like to thank her and her staff for the work, and thank our staff, because I know our staff is going to be appropriating those funds and being able to use the same program that we have to go ahead and allocate those funds, which means that there's not going to be a delay in creating a new program, new criteria, new eligibility. I know that our staff was very quick to say, just go ahead and appropriate it to the city. We'll go ahead and incorporate it into our existing program, which will accelerate the distribution. That is that's something I think that when agencies speak to one another, and again, for me, it was such a foreign thing because we had very little relationship with our predecessor representative at the county before, and now Supervisor Foley has been a very hands-on supervisor and very helpful to the issues that affect our city, and that's something that was very alien to us. So in any event, let me go ahead and entertain a motion for the balance of those items that were not pulled off the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve, Mayor.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Great. We have a motion by Councilmember Peñalosa, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Council members, please vote. And by the way, my screen is off, Madam Clerk, so I guess you'll need a voice vote from me. I didn't pull the
Yes,
plug.
yes, if you can please provide your voice vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez, were you able to vote?
It's not allowing me to vote.
Okay. Go ahead. Would
Yes.
thank you. Okay, motion carries 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Thanks, everybody. Let me go ahead and begin with item number 11 that was pulled by Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank our staff for bringing this budget forth. I just had a couple of requests I would like to see in light of the most recent Juneteenth festival. I want to thank the City of Santa Ana Parks and Rec staff, city manager staff for making sure this event was a success. As noted, there were some challenges with it when it came to the costs of putting on the event. So in light of that, I would like to request a $20,000 increase for Juneteenth, a $20,000 increase to the Asian American Festival that Councilmember Fan requested. So I would like to request Councilmember Fan's event to increase from $30,000 to $50,000. I would like to request for Chicano Heritage Month to increase from $30,000 to $50,000. And I would like to increase Indigenous Peoples Day from $30,000 to $50,000. So that way across the board, we have an adequate amount of funding so that we have the least amount of challenges possible. So I would ask for my colleagues if we can indulge in having equity across the board for these events.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions or comments?
I just had a point of
Councilmember
clarification,
Peñalosa.
Mayor. So I'm supportive of seeing these increase, but just want to make sure that we could identify the pockets of money where we're going to take this money from. And also, what would be the amount now for Juneteenth, the Juneteenth event?
It's currently funded at, I believe, $75,000. Yes, so I would ask for a $20,000 increase. We had a large festival over the weekend, world-class talent, the Delphonics. We had Howard Johnson, Jay Holiday, Slum Village. It was a free festival. Thousands of residents came out. There was a kid zone from 11 o'clock a.m. to essentially 7 o'clock at night. Santa Ana residents were enjoying their time, making memories at the park. So taking that into account, I was there the whole day. I know that there is more work to do. So with that being the only African American festival that we have, I would respectfully ask my colleagues if we can see an increase there, an increase in the Asian American Festival that Councilmember Fan introduced, which is funded at $30,000. I'd like to see that increase to $50,000. Chicano Heritage Month increased from $30,000 to $50,000, and Indigenous Peoples Day, which is currently funded at $30,000, increased from $30,000 to $50,000. I had the honor of working close with our Parks and Rec staff and learning about this process, and I can assure you we are not doing our community a service if we give them this low of a budget. The last thing you want is for us to not have the right celebrations in place for these communities. These are very sensitive cultural celebrations. I want to make sure that we're well equipped financially to celebrate them. And I would make a motion to include that.
Thank you for that clarity, Councilmember Hernandez. The only reason I asked is because you mentioned we wanted to make sure that we had equity across the board, but I don't, bringing the Asian, Chicano heritage and all the others up only 20,000, then adding an additional 20,000 to the Juneteenth event?
Yes, with Santa Ana being one of the largest African American populations in Orange County. Orange County doesn't have a very large African American population. I think it's important that we create infrastructure to be welcoming of the Black community and to support the ongoing efforts for racial justice.
I agree 100% wholeheartedly, but and I would defer to Councilmember Fan. Councilmember Fan, when it comes to just the Asian American population in our city, I can't talk to the amount of people or how large that constituent block is, but can you talk on that a little bit? Because if we're talking about equity, we want to make sure that communities that are large in scale in our city are fairly represented.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I believe it's 12 to 14% that's Asian American, majority Vietnamese American. I believe the number is approximately 25,000 Asian Americans.
So I would be supportive of
Excuse me, 25,000 Vietnamese Americans.
Leaving the Juneteenth event at the current $75,000 a year, and then increasing the others so that there is a fair equity across the board when it comes to these events.
I'm not opposed to that, Councilmember Peñalosa, keeping it the same amount and seeing the increases there. I'm certainly not opposed to that if my colleagues are supportive of seeing those respective increases. Perhaps this is something we can revisit after we have those
Absolutely.
first celebrations.
Great. So we have a motion and now a revised motion. And is there a second?
I'll second that. Just when it comes to the pockets of money, where can we identify this funding from, Madam City Manager?
So you would be seeking an appropriation of an additional $60,000, and without Councilmember Hernandez identifying a place, I would recommend we take it from the $6 million unprogrammed.
Okay, so we could, so I just wanted to make sure that we have a pool of money to take it from. So happy with that, and yeah, I'll second the motion.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for bringing this up. Madam City Manager, I just wanted some clarification. So that $6.7 million unprogrammed, right? Well, yeah, exactly. It's going down. We're drawing from that, and that's fine. You know, these are tax dollars that are used for residents, right? It's for services, and I do believe that these events, cultural events, heritage events, historic events, are for residents. I think it is really important that we celebrate each other and the diversity we have in the city. But I also, you know, I guess I'm just trying to understand, we had a much larger surplus estimated, and I guess every time we're kind of drawing down and down and down, and I guess at this point, what are we looking at left?
So with the allocation made tonight, you still have available 6,000 and, let's see, I'm doing math in my head here.
6 million. I think.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's
wow. Bad
You got me nervous if we're down to 6,000.
I didn't mean to scare everybody. You are down to $26,301.
Okay, and those are estimates though, right, for the upcoming year. And I know Director Downs is nodding, and I just want to share with residents that, at least for me, speaking for myself, that I do take into account that this revenue estimate can change. Just as last year, our revenue estimate changed upwards because the stock market did well and people were buying a lot of items, but now with inflation, maybe tax dollars might go up, or there might be the R word, right? A recession, as some people are saying. So I just, you know, am supportive of this, but I do want us all to keep in mind that as we allocate dollars to events, items, programs, that we also recognize that the $6 million leftover doesn't technically exist yet. And I'm sure you and Director Downs will let us know as we move along if there needs to be any adjustments. And with that, I just did want to clarify, it's 25,000 Vietnamese people and about 37,000 Asian Americans in the city. I am perfectly happy to actually draw down the money from this crossing guard contract that I completely wholeheartedly disagree with, which currently has $250,000 allocated, with the $30,000 taken away, so $220,000. Whatever's left over in that would still cover this amount, but I think that's a passing comment because I don't think I have the support on this dais for that. I have another question, and maybe Councilmember Hernandez can help me understand regarding the Juneteenth event. With the Mid-Autumn Festival, or the Asian Heritage Event, cultural event that we're looking at, one of the major items that we want to focus on is building relationships and sponsors with community partners. Is that something that we did? I didn't notice in the flyers that we had a lot of community partners and sponsors, and so I just wanted to get information about that.
Certainly, excellent question. Thank you, Council Member. So with the Juneteenth event, and similar to what's going to happen with Chicano and Asian Fall, we have a very short period of time. So if you approve the budget tonight, Ideally, the Chicano would occur in August. Ideally, the Asian celebration would occur in September. So that is a very short window to program a city-produced event. So for Juneteenth, what we did do is, after hearing what the council members' wishes were, we partnered with OC Heritage Council. We didn't have a formal agreement with them, but we did have just a delineation of, you handle these things and we will handle these things, and we hit the ground running to do it. We debriefed. We have lots of things that we can improve upon, and so I am asking you to be patient with the rollout of these newer ones, since typically for an event like this, you would want a minimum of 6 months to plan. There's insurance requirements, there's contracts you have to put in place, but we will do our best. And at Juneteenth, OC Heritage Council was successful at getting some sponsors to offset their cost.
And if I may? Yes, Republic Services was extremely helpful to the Heritage Council. I know they had some sponsors they've worked with from their Black History Parade that helped offset some cost, but I figured this increase to the new festivals that we introduced was going to be significant, and as staff knows, there's costs that just can come out of nowhere, and I would rather have us be prepared for that than to have to scramble and help an organization, fundraise some funds when we're 2 months or 3 months away from a celebration.
Thank you. And that's just helpful for me to understand, because one of the expectations that I have, and that Director Jennifer Wang from AASCSC had brought up when asking for these events, was that we would partner with community organizations, those who've had experience putting on these events on a smaller scale, and bring in our local partners. With that, I am supportive of the increases to Indigenous Peoples Day, the API cultural event, Chicano Heritage Month as well. I think I do agree with Councilmember Peñalosa at this time regarding Juneteenth, because that is a very significant amount of dollars. I also want to make one last comment, which is to thank Councilmember Hernandez, because last time I just wasn't clear about the difference between Hispanic Heritage Month and Chicano Heritage Month, and we had a brief conversation afterwards in which he helped me understand and learn about the differences, and I think that's what makes this dais in our city very unique compared to a lot of others. So I'm excited to see what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. I'll make my way around. Any other comments on the left? None. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. And I just wanted to touch on that. And I think that this is what's really important about these festivals, right? Is there's so much to learn about each other. There's so many diverse stories in the city of Santa Ana that are all worth celebrating. And if you have any questions or you're unfamiliar with a culture, that's exactly why these events are put together, so that we can celebrate diversity and truly come together as a community. And I think it's important that these festivals, especially in the Asian community, that these festivals are put on by members of the Asian community, that they're staffed with, Asian, businesses, that we're supporting, Asian artists. And this applies to all of the different festivals. I think part of what really makes Santa Ana special is our approach to celebrating culture and diversity, and I think Juneteenth certainly demonstrated that. So I'm looking forward to working with you all on this council on bringing people together. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The only comments I'm going to make on item number 11 is that when you step back and look at what is included in this budget, it really is pretty significant. So I just want to thank everybody who worked on this. I want to thank staff. Special shout out to our Director of Finance, Director Downs. Thank you for taking meetings with all of us and working and listening to the public, more importantly. One of the things I'm so proud of when we adopt a budget really isn't the end product, it's the front end of what we do, which is to go out to the public first and listen to them and ask them what their priorities are, what their comments on. You see other public agencies and other cities, they do it in reverse. They'll present and propose a budget, and then they'll take questions and comments from the public if there are any. And that really, to me, is not the way you engineer, a budget, a public budget. So, included in here is an incredible amount of investment for youth, an incredible amount of investment for infrastructure. But a lot of what was guided in this was directly from members of the public who sent us items that they thought were important to include. So, as we have the merchants here tonight, they advocated very strongly for the 1.5 million. And I want to thank council members up here who were strong advocates from the very beginning to say the initial 1.5 million will be complemented by another 1.5 million. That's something that was said early by many of you up here. So I am just proud of the budget that is going to be considered and adopted tonight on second reading. With those adjustments that were made by Councilmember Hernandez and Peñalosa, I am very supportive of those as well. One thing I would just say to people when we talk about events, I think the reason why we have to fund all of them, or to the extent we have to fund fully the events, because we don't have time, right? We can't seek sponsors. We can't seek outside support because that is a luxury to have that time. I know for Fiestas Patrias, we used to have so many sponsors that the cost that the city ultimately had when it partnered with the Mexican consulate was relatively small because it became such a successful event. So hopefully to the extent that these events become successful, they become well attended, sponsors want to be part of it. Who's not going to want to be part of a successful event? So we hopefully can get to that point, but because these are sort of fledgling events that we're initiating, yeah, the city does have to fund it at a higher increment, but hopefully that's not the case going forward. So with that, we have a motion and a second with some amendments that were attached to this budget. I think the clerk and staff caught those. So council members, please vote. My device is still not working, so I am a yes.
Thank you, Mayor. And we do have someone from IT coming down with the assistance for you. Okay, motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Pham, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations. That's one big thing down for tonight. Moving along to item number 26, that I believe was council member Hernandez's item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really happy to see that that we have a new park coming to Ward 5 off of Rate and Myrtle. This is a community that has desperately needed open space and has lacked it. It's a community that was formerly known as Little Texas, the heart of the African American community, not only in Santa Ana, but in Orange County. The first black families that came to Santa Ana were from Texas, and they came right to that community. There are over 21 black churches in Santa Ana, most of which are within the vicinity of where this park will be located. There's a number of amazing things that I could just thank our city manager and Parks and Rec staff for getting this park created. Most notably, I want to say thank you to the community members that engaged in the collective process of identifying a name. I just wanted to share that I am supportive of seeing the component of El Refugio included. However, I think it's important for us to go a different direction. The city of Santa Ana has a number of parks that acknowledges different cultures. We have Chepa Andrade Park, which is in Logan, which celebrates a Mexican-American Chicana who fought against the zoning in her neighborhood. We have amazing parks that highlight different stories, like Sasser Park, which highlights an officer in our city who passed away in the line of duty. We have parks that tell stories. One of the most important Santa Ana stories that goes untold is the story of Ed Crothers. Ed was an important staple for African Americans, not only in the city of Santa Ana, but in the United States. There's a famous picture that took place at the 1968 Olympic Games. And in this picture, it features Tommy Smith and John Carlos. And it features two black men with black gloves on their hands. And their fists are raised up as they're standing on the podium. That black-gloved salute protesting the treatment of African Americans, the reason why that protest happened was because of a Santa Ana resident. Ed Crothers grew up in the city of Santa Ana, attended Santa Ana Valley High School, and set the record for the highest jump at 7 feet and 3.5 inches. He graduated from Santa Ana Valley High School, went to Santa Ana College, entered the 1964 Olympic Games, and placed 8th. In 1968, at the Mexico Games and at the Olympic Games in Mexico, he won the silver medal. At this time, Dr. Martin Luther King had just got assassinated, and he used his opportunity as a medalist to protest the treatment of African Americans. And what he did that day changed the course of how this country treated African American athletes. Furthermore, with the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, by the time that Carruthers was one of the top jumpers in the world, many prominent black voices for equal rights across this country had been assassinated. In many cases, in cities across this country, it erupted violence in communities that were impacted by these losses. And Ed represents that Santa Ana is a city where our people don't want to share the despair and the pain that we have, but we use our opportunities of these significant victories to highlight the hope that this community has. And for us to highlight the story of Ed Carruthers, a silver medalist that helped lead the silent protest in 1968 after the assassination of Martin Luther King, it cements that not only is Santa Ana a city that embraces true diversity, but we are leading the front in honoring those heroes because Ed is still alive. And it would be unfortunate for us to not be able to tell these stories. And I think having a park that also highlights the history of El Refugio, which El Refugio was a adobe where Mexican immigrants would come together and they would be able to have shelter. And I think if we would be able to have a final design for this park which incorporates a historical marker and perhaps naming the playground El Refugio and including the intersectionality of how black and brown people have come together. Santa Ana was the first intersegregated school system in the United States. And I think that this park can help us tell that story. So I would ask my colleagues, through the direction of the black residents in Ward 5 and in the Little Texas community, I would like to ask my colleagues to support me in naming this park Ed Carruthers Park and including a component of El Refugio and having a historical marker which tells that story as well.
I'll second with comment.
Great, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. You know, as we're talking about naming a city park in the capital of Orange County, we have such a rich history that we don't need to go all the way back to prehistoric times or you know, beyond even just the 153 years that this city has existed. We have such monumental people that have come through this community that lived here, that have improved this community. And thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for talking about Ed Carruthers. You know, he set so many records at Santa Ana College. And what I loved about the story of Ed Carruthers is the fact that with all of his athletic accomplishments, with all the fame that he brought to the city of Santa Ana and to his community, it's the fact that he continued to give back even beyond that. He coached sprinters at Santa Ana College that to this day still hold the records for that institution. In addition to being an Olympic hero for this country, he also helped over the Garden Grove Unified School District in their Special Olympics and special needs programs. To know the story of Ed Carruthers, I think, you know, to put his name on a park here in the city of Santa Ana, I think when you look at his legacy, regardless of whether he's black, whether he's Asian, whether he's Latino, whether he's white, he has an astounding story. And I concur with Councilmember Hernandez. This would be a great honor to put on this park based on what he's done. With that being said, I also agree with Councilmember Hernandez of having that element there of El Refugio in the park as well, because as history has shown us, there is there's history that shows that that adobe was located very near, if not on that actual site. So I think we are so blessed in this city to have such a remarkable history, and to be able to talk about a gentleman like this and put his name on a park, I'm very happy and enthusiastic to second the motion.
Great, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Seeing none. The only comment I was going to make is, I have a photograph of that, of the Mexico City Olympics where you have John Carlos on the podium with his arm. I had no idea that Mr. Carruthers had a role in that. The only question I had, and this is unfortunate, but I understood that we couldn't name parks after people who were still alive. I thought it had to be done posthumously. Maybe that's not the case, and if it isn't, I'm fine with it, but I just wasn't sure if that was a policy of ours or something in the code. Because I remember there's a park on Standard McFadden. I remember there was some of the members of the public, or some of the members of that neighborhood wanted to name it after Victoria Zaragoza, and she's still alive, and I know somebody from staff told me that that wasn't possible.
We do have Your Honor, we do have a municipal code that lists some criteria for the naming of parks. I will have to defer to Tim Pagano or maybe the attorney's office as to whether there is the requirement. I know that was an item that was discussed when we were talking about honorary street naming, but I don't want to state it incorrectly as it refers to parks. Mr. Pagano, do you know if there is a prohibition of naming a park facility after an individual that's still living?
Nothing states it in the municipal code as far as posthumously or if they're still alive. So I think the only distinction, and maybe this was the confusion at the time, was that there is a provision where it recognizes a family who made a distinct significant contribution to the well-being of the city, including past mayors, council members, board or commission members, or cities, but not anybody that's currently employed. So I don't know if that necessarily falls in alignment with the example that you just gave, Mayor, but that's the only thing specifically with an individual.
Gotcha. With that works. So I mean, like I said, I just didn't want to make sure that we were adopting something, then we're going to have to come back and say, after all, there's a technical problem with it and we can't do it. So that aside, thank you for the clarity.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember.
My understanding was that there was a contest for the community to name the park, so is that going to be an issue? And I support the motion. I am in favor of honoring such a great Santa Ana resident.
Good question, Councilmember Mendoza. And though we have an established process to go through for the naming of a park facility, the City Council has the final say on what you choose to name it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for the suggestion. Fully supportive of it. The only thing I would ask, Madam City Manager, is that when I drove by and I know we had a groundbreaking, but it doesn't look like there's been much construction. Just side note, but I would hope that when we do finalize and get close to completion, we look at adding some kind of plaque that could educate our residents on why the park is named what we're choosing to name it, because I think that's another missing component that we see amongst a lot of things in our city, is that things exist, things are named a certain way, but nobody really knows why. So that would be a nice little touch to add. That's it.
Good point. Yes, Councilmember.
Perhaps we include a statue with that podium with the fist up.
Right.
That could be how we tell the story. Just an idea.
Yeah. All right. Well, before we get any more ideas, let's go ahead and vote on this matter. So we have a motion and a second. Council members, please vote.
Okay, Mayor, were you able to vote now? Okay.
It's showing green on mine. I voted yes.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Motion passes 7-0 with Council Members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you. Moving along to item number 56, I believe that was pulled by Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And number 56 was to adopt a resolution for fiscal year 22-23 of SB1 local streets and road projects in the amount estimated at $7,553,000 in capital improvement projects. This is a great item to be before us, and I'm excited about it. The only question I had, and this is probably more for Nabil and Public Works, I know that one of the stretches of roads getting heavy rehab is standard between Warner and First Street along the ward I represent. So I wanted to, I know it's $1.9 million, so I'm very happy to see that. And I know that this was a project that was commenced by Councilmember Michelle Martinez, 4 or 5 years ago, meeting with the community members along Standard. And I'm happy that it's finally here. And I know that I've been on you about Standard and St. Gertrude and all those stretches of just what seemed like we've neglected for years. So the question I had, Nabil, is I know that when residents and those neighborhoods met years ago, and most recently as well, the issue was traffic and not traffic, I'm sorry, but the speed of what these cars. I mean, it is a highly sped street and stretch of highway because of how wide it is. I know it's a very wide street, and in your project description, it says reconstructing, resurfacing of existing pavement and replacement installation of missing or damaged curbs, gutters, sidewalks, driveways, approaches, and wheelchair ramps within this segment of roadway. But it doesn't really talk about any traffic calming, bulb outs, reduction in street width, which I know that was highly demanded by that community because of the speed that these cars that travel along Standard take. Can you, are there going to be any traffic calming measures that can be implemented into this?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and member of the council. Standard Street is getting 2 projects. One of them is a bike lane that has been approved, and with that, the street on Standard will be narrowed to accommodate a speed reduction and those kind of features. So that's project number 1. Project number 2 is the rehabilitation project that we have here. So Standard will have both. Not only we are going to redo the entire street with the $1.9 million here, I believe, but also there is a, like I mentioned earlier, there is a bike lane project that is going to start from First all the way to, I believe, Warner on Standard to traffic calm that street and make it slower and include a bike lane too.
And these will be protected bike lanes, correct?
Good question. I'll have to get back to you on that because I don't want to mislead you. The protected bike lanes really are dictated by the width of the street existing.
Very wide.
Right.
So there's room for.
So we'll yes, if there is room for protected bike lane, we do that.
Okay. Because I would hate to all of a sudden see plastic delineators along Standard, a heavy industrial area, and it would just add to the blight and not aesthetically pleasing. I haven't said that in a while, but. That would be, I would hope that when these protected bike lanes do come in, that we go the route of Bristol Street and we incorporate green landscaping as part of the protected bike lanes because of how dense this area is, very industrial, very concrete jungle, if you would, because it's all industrial. So I would hope that we include green landscaping like we did on Bristol when it comes to these protected bike lanes. But with that, so there will be traffic calming measures that could help that coincide with the construction of this 1.9 million resurfacing project.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, so obviously not now because it's not agendized, but I'm gonna definitely request a meeting to go over the protected bike lanes along Standard.
Absolutely.
And make sure that the design is up to par.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Director Saba. With that, Madam City Manager, I will make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Penaloza and a second by Councilmember Mendoza. Colleagues, please vote.
Motion passes with 5-2 with council members Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra voting yes, and council member Hernandez and Mayor Sarmiento absent.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. And The next item that we have off consent is item 62, and I believe that was also pulled by Councilmember Penaloza, and Councilmember Fan, you're stepping off? Okay. Councilmember Penaloza, go ahead.
Sorry, Councilmember Fan. The item number 62, very, very excited that it's finally before us, is to approve a pre-commitment of $5.2 million in Home American Rescue Plan funds. And the reason why I pulled this item is because, as we all are aware, the City of Santa Ana does have a seat on the Orange County Housing Finance Trust, and which I am a representative of. And it's not often that we get to highlight what the trust is doing and what the effects it's having on the region, you know, across the region. And I wanted to highlight that on May 18th, 2022, the Orange County Housing Finance Trust approved an award of $2,480,000 in funding for Wise Place with my support on the board. It was an interesting board meeting because the city of Costa Mesa also had a project on the agenda that was requesting funding that was very competitive and scored very highly alongside Wise Place. And the RFP process through the Housing Finance Trust was a competitive one with 4 other applications competing for these same limited funds. And that board meeting was a little contentious. I had to kind of wrangle because they were trying to cut the budget in half, the amount, and hand it over to that project in Costa Mesa. And I, you know, with the help of Judson Brown and Stephen Mendoza, who were very instrumental in guiding me through this whole process, was very happy to fight to make sure that we kept those dollars here for this project in Santa Ana, Wise Place. This project would not be feasible without this award of additional funds from the trust, and further demonstrates our city's work on the Housing Finance Trust Board to advocate for resources to address the homelessness crisis for our residents. Since the creation of the Housing Finance Trust 3 years ago, the city has secured $2.2 million to develop 89 units of permanent supportive housing at North Harbor Village, $832,000 to develop 15 units of permanent supportive housing at FX Residences, $2.5 million to develop 86 units of affordable housing at Crossroads at Washington, which is item 68 on tonight's agenda, and $1.4 million to develop 85 units of affordable housing at the Westview House project, which was approved last month. In total, the city has secured over $9.4 million in funding for projects in Santa Ana, while also encouraging and supporting the development of affordable and permanent supportive housing projects outside of our city, in the north and south service planning areas, which I've also been very vocal about, because initially it felt like it was a orchestrated effort to keep all the permanent supportive housing in Santa Ana. And I also stood firm and made sure that, hey, you know what, this is a crisis that has to take, that the entire county, North Central and Southern SPA, have to take the initiative and have to make sure that they have projects in their cities that are gonna house these houseless folks. So thank you to my colleagues for appointing me to the Housing Finance Trust Board to represent our city's interests and needs. And just that, Mayor, wanted to make sure that we remember that we have a seat at the Housing Finance Trust Board that's doing great work. And thank you, Judson. Obviously, none of this would be possible without you and your guidance. So thank you a lot. And with that said, Mayor, I will make a motion to approve this item.
Great. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional comments or questions? If not, council members, please vote.
Okay, motion passes 5-2 with council members Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes, and council member Hernandez absent, and council member Fan abstained.
Got it. Thank you, everybody. That brings us to the business calendar item. First one is item number 64, and that's to designate a voting delegate and up to 2 alternates for the League of California Cities General Assembly. And I guess we'll go ahead and open it up. Go ahead, Councilmember Fan.
I would like to nominate,
Go ahead, Councilmember
okay.
Mendoza.
I would like to nominate Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, since he is on the board already.
Great.
I politely decline. In fact, I would turn around and go ahead and nominate
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Sorry, yeah, I meant Peñalosa, I apologize.
Okay.
I
so-
appreciate it, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fan?
Oh, yeah, same. I was going to nominate Councilmember Peñalosa. I am on a number of committees for the league and have gone to a lot of events, and he's there because he's on the board, so I think it's a fine extension of his duties.
Great. Do we want to include any alternates on this, or can we go ahead and defer that? Unless anybody wants to.
Councilmember Fan, you said you were on there as well?
I can be an alternate.
Great.
There we go. Easy.
And Councilmember Lopez, are you an alternate on the league as well, or do you attend?
I sit and serve on one of the committees. I was the appointed representative last time. I'm happy to support somebody else this year. I think.
Well, it certainly can't be me, so, whoever else.
So would you like to be second alternate?
If I have to be.
Doesn't have to be, unless he's not there and I ditch,
I'll be second alternate if my colleague is unable to.
Great. So I think we have a designate and 2 alternates. So with no further discussion,
Do we need to vote?
I think there's,
Yes, we do need to
Yeah.
have council vote.
so there's a motion and there's is there a motion by
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza? Who was the second on that?
Well, I think you came at me and I declined, so.
Oh, I'll second that.
So second by Fan. Council members, please vote.
Thank you, by the way, to my colleagues. I
We're not done voting yet.
So I'm still frozen, Madam Clerk, but I'm a
Yeah, I'm
yes.
frozen too.
Oh, that's, give me 1 second.
Control, Alt, Delete.
I guess I should wait for the vote.
Okay, you
Madam
should be
City
able to
Clerk.
vote now. Sorry about that.
Okay. Great. Now you can vote, council members.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. Council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Now you can thank everybody.
Thank you to my colleagues. I do sit on the board of directors for the OC division of the League of California Cities and doing a lot of good work. Last week, we met in Buena Park with the governor's office. So that was a nice update on everything from care court to all and Assemblywoman Sharon Cook Silva was there as well, provided updates on all the millions and millions and millions of dollars that are available at the state level, billions actually, not millions, that highly encouraged our cities in Orange County to go after that funding because that surplus will probably not exist next year. So go after it, staff, across the board, whatever money's out there. For good things. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Moving along to item number 65, which is the lobbyist disclosure policy.
So Mayor, that will be the city clerks.
Great. Madam Clerk, I'll go ahead and let you present.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I do have a presentation, which is essentially the staff report, and I also have Andrea Miller, the consultant who I've been working with on drafting the lobbyist ordinance and also collecting information from council from the last work study session that we did. On the second slide, if there was added language that was related to the purpose and intent of the regulation that was added. So specifically, the new language indicates that the purpose for enacting these regulations is to promote public confidence and trust, to preserve the integrity of local government decision-making, and provide members of the community with access to information about persons and organizations who attempt to influence decisions of city government through the use of paid lobbyists. And slide number 3, providing the definition of lobbyist. Since there wasn't a council majority consensus, staff suggested a threshold amount of $500 for the calendar month as an effort to compromise. And so if council wants to provide any direction to staff, I'm happy to hear that. Next slide. Expanded the definition of lobbyist to include the nonprofit organizations and client. Next slide. Added the language related to the information to be disclosed at the time of registration and established that the registration expires and must be renewed annually. Next slide. Provisions related to quarterly reporting, including information required to be disclosed. Deadlines included in the initial draft of the proposed ordinance were retained and effective dates updated. This expanded the section related to registration fees to provide the City Council may by resolution set the registration fee as well as fees for renewal and late filing. And staff is going to be seeking direction from council on this, even if it requires for staff to go out and look at other jurisdictions to see what they're doing. There are some pros and cons that I'm finding as I'm reaching out to certain jurisdictions. Next slide. Added language requiring the use of the Clerk of the Council's electronic filing system to file the online registration forms and disclosure reports. Added language providing that duly authorized owners or officers of lobbying firms shall review the contents and electronically verify under penalty of perjury that he, she, or they believes the contents are true, correct, and complete based on personal knowledge or on information and belief. And retain language that the Clerk of the Council will make all lobbyist registration and disclosure reports available online to the public and make copies available through the Clerk of the Council's office. And then next slide. Retain language that the Clerk of the Council will make all lobbyist registrations and disclosure reports available online to the public. Added language related to the duties of the Council of the Clerk of the Council, including a provision that the clerk may issue notices advising of registration and filing obligations. If within 10 days of the issuance of the notice, the lobbyist complies or furnishes satisfactory evidence that he, she, they is exempt, a violation will be deemed not to have occurred. This section also requires that the registration forms and disclosure reports be maintained for 5 years. The next slide. Added language that would enable an unregistered lobbyist to make a presentation at a public meeting of the mayor and city council after making certain disclosures related to his, her, their lobbying activities and agreement to register within 7 calendar days and pay a late fee registration. Lobbyist registration and disclosure fees. In addition to the ordinance, fees related to the lobbyist registration and disclosure program shall be set by resolution. Annual review of the fees is encouraged to ensure that the costs related to the program administration are fully recovered. Other items to be considered in setting the fee are provided. The registration fee should include the registration of the lobbyist as well as a cost per client. Registration forms and annual and quarterly disclosure reports related to larger firms with more clients will be more complex, requiring staff time to review and process. Next slide. The lobbyist registration and disclosure fees. In addition to the ordinance, fees related to the lobbyist registration and disclosure program shall be set by resolution. Annual review of the fees is encouraged to ensure the costs related to the program and administration are fully recovered. Other items to be considered in setting the fee are provided. As one, the registration fee should include the cost for the registration of the lobbyist as well as cost per client and staff hours required for processing firms with multiple clients, registration forms, and annual and quarterly disclosure reports related to larger firms with more clients that will be more complex. Next slide. A penalty for late registration and late filing of disclosure reports should be established to recover the additional costs related to notices and record keeping. Registration should expire each year and require renewal if the lobbyist continues to qualify for registration. Payment of a renewal fee should cover the costs related to the processing or the process and processing of the annual and quarterly reporting requirements. And next slide. A preliminary fiscal impact analysis to manage the lobbyist registration policy and disclosure e-filings. The clerk of the council recommends that an additional staff member be hired to fulfill the functions required of the policy, which is estimated a personnel cost of $40,000. And with that, if council could provide staff direction and if you have any questions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I thought I saw somebody in that little window. Is that
Yes.
the consultant?
Yes, the consultant is with us.
All right. If we have any questions, she can go ahead and answer. You already went through the presentation. So let me bring it back to the council, see if there's any questions or comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Let's see here. So under the exemptions from registration, there is section 2-908F. I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's a pretty long paragraph. I guess what I want to maybe have our consultant or Madam City Clerk, if you're able to answer this, what does it mean? Just put it bluntly. Don't all jump at once.
Yeah. Andrea, did you want to answer that on 908F? Oh.
I certainly can. I did want to begin, though, by one, expressing appreciation to your city attorney's office. They provided the work that they had previously done for you, and we attempted to utilize that as a starting point and then incorporate some of the comments that the members of the city council made. Section 2-908 includes a lot of the language that was provided by your city attorney's office previously. We did add a couple of sections, again, in response to comments we heard from the council. So under that section, we're excluding or recommending that the council exclude public officials that are acting in their official capacity. So the people, government agents that are working on your behalf and working within the course and scope of their employment.
If I could just stop you right there. I understand there's a bunch of exemptions. I'm zeroing in on just a couple. So I'm talking about 2-908F.
F. So F is a provision that's related to those agencies that are exempt from federal taxation, and specifically that's section 501c3, which tends to deal with nonprofit organizations. And so they're representing people, in this case, indigent persons whose primary purpose is to provide direct services to indigent individuals, such as the homeless discussion that you had earlier.
I see that it says that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is as you go further along, this exemption shall not apply to direct contacts with a city official in any situation other than a publicly noticed meeting. Okay, so other than direct meetings, that's when they can have contact. But for the purpose of attempting to influence a city decision with regard to any city funding the organization is seeking, nor to any person employed by the organization with respect to his or her activities related to the organization.
And only we wanted to make a distinction, and I apologize, I don't remember if this is language that came originally from your city attorney's office or if we added some language, but really in a nutshell, we realize that there may be employees of the organization, of the nonprofit organization, that are acting on behalf of the organization when they're discussing issues with you, providing information. When they're attempting to influence you, it should be done in a public meeting. If they're acting on their private behalf, and not in their affiliation with the nonprofit organization, then we recognize that that would be an appropriate time. So if they happen to be a member of your community and they're asking about something or they're discussing issues with you that relate to their private residence or something, relationship that they have with the city of Santa Ana, as opposed to them talking to you or speaking to you on behalf of their organization and attempting to influence decisions on behalf of their nonprofit.
Okay, because the way I'm looking at this, and I was just hoping for clarity, but I, as I'm reading this, it sounds like other than in a public meeting, this exemption would apply, correct?
It applies to any situation other than when they're in a meeting before you and before the body.
Okay. And then, let's see, I only have two others. Same exemptions, section 2-908D. Any person appearing solely as a speaker at or providing written statements that become part of the record of a public hearing or enforcement proceeding at the city. So why is that being called out specifically?
This is related to a couple of situations. One where someone is providing information to you in your meetings and they're providing it to all of you, and the information that they provide becomes part of the public record. Or it could be someone attending some type of a code enforcement hearing or an administrative citation hearing where they're providing information related to some situation.
So this is more of a resident that's coming in that wants to. Okay, and then
right,
and then on section now getting out of the exemptions now, going into section 2-914, I noticed that this is ticky tack, but I noticed that 2.914 versus 2 dash. But my main concern is why would we allow a lobbyist who is not registered as a lobbyist with the clerk to appear at a public meeting or before the council or a commission and then make a presentation? To me, this grace period, I think, is going to get exploited. I don't support having that in there. I feel like if they're going to be lobbyists, they're professionals and they should know better. And if they know that we have an ordinance and they're obviously registering with our clerk, or if they're not, they would be informed that this ordinance exists. I don't know why we would give them that leeway. So I personally do not like the idea of them being able to appear. If they're lobbyists, if they check the boxes per this ordinance that they're a lobbyist, I don't think they should have some sort of lag time to register. So, and usually if you've got a project where you're asking for someone like that to appear before a commission or a council meeting, it's not like they're sprung on you at the last second. They know that they're going to be a part of it, and they should have the wherewithal to, because obviously they're going to, try to make themselves aware of the project so that they can inform all of us, et cetera, et cetera. At the very least, they should already be registered before they start their lobbying activities. So those are only the three items.
Could I just respond to why we included it, and then certainly it's a policy decision as to whether or not you as a group want to remove that.
Sure.
We were attempting to balance the idea that there may be people that aren't necessarily professional lobbyists, but maybe they're affiliated with nonprofits or even for that matter, small companies where they are lobbying, but they may not be as sophisticated as some of the large lobbying firms that have multiple clients and certainly are and should be familiar with your rules and be able to comply with them. So we were attempting to find some way where those individuals that legitimately make a mistake, and I agree that that should not be, and I agree you may have people that try to exploit it, but this is really intended to provide, or at least was drafted to try to provide that opportunity for maybe those smaller companies or those nonprofits that may have lobbying activities, but they are more loosely, maybe they're lobbyists that really do other things by day, but they're also lobbying, and to give an opportunity that if you wanted to hear from them and they agreed to register, they could. But like you said, those more professional lobbying firms, I think, should be familiar with the regulations, and so you may not want to include this. We were just attempting to balance that idea that it also includes criminal penalties. We wanted to give that opportunity for those people that may make an honest mistake.
Well, I would just respond to that with the clerk the clerk puts out the agenda, right? And so as these items are on the agenda, if there are items where lobbying is taking place, let's say, for instance, a development project, I think the beauty is having the clerk be the center of this particular ordinance. It allows for a lot of this to come together. So in other words, I believe that the clerk's office could reach out to, say, planning and building, or whichever appropriate department when it comes to the items, and coordinate to see, are there lobbying efforts being made on behalf of some of the applicants coming before us on the agenda. So I still express my opposition to that particular component. I think that, it's really, if we're going to adopt a law, we need people to know those laws. So I would say that our clerk's office needs to do a good job of making sure folks know that. So whether we have to put it front and center on the website, whether we have to, notify folks that we see that come to the council meetings, that regularly speak, that we know are paid to come and speak to us, I think that's going to require a proactive effort on behalf of our clerk's office. So I still have my opposition to section 2-914, but thank you for the clarifications on the other exemptions.
Great, thank you. Let me call on Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. So, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. I had the same confusion regarding subdivision F. And as written, I can't support it because I don't think I can wrap my head around it. So, from my recollection, or at least personally, I believe that anybody who receives, let's say more than $500, right, to influence a decision, whether it's at a public council meeting, whether it's one-on-one on Zoom, in an office, coffee, lunch, whatever, that's a lobbyist. I don't care where you do it. If you're getting paid to advocate for a project or make a legislative change. So the way I'm reading this exemption under F is that we're saying it applies to 501c3s, but it only applies if the 501c3 lobbyist is speaking at a public meeting. All other situations do not apply, meaning all other situations is not lobbying? I guess I'm just not understanding the way this is phrased. And so, we need to reword it in a way where it's just a lot clearer. And two, it, to me, doesn't matter whether you're doing it at a public meeting or one-on-one with me. If you are being paid to influence a decision, and that's what you're specifically being paid for, that is lobbying. If the ACLU staffer is getting paid to influence and have a meeting with me about police oversight, that is lobbying. If a developer is being paid to meet with me on a development project, that is lobbying. There's no difference there. Maybe policy differences, but the work is the same. So can you please explain to me again this exemption, because it is not clear at all?
So how about if I instead make a suggestion that you eliminate the very last sentence? Because I think that may be what's creating the confusion.
So, yes, I mean, that is creating the confusion, but I don't think a 501c3 should be fully exempt. Just because they are a 501c3 does not mean they don't have paid lobbyists who are here to advocate for legislative changes. And just because you're a 501c3 doesn't mean, to me, you should be exempt from lobbying registration. There are lots of different 501c3s, so I wouldn't want that exemption at all.
I mean, it can be excluded. It's a policy decision.
Yeah. So that's, I guess, my comment to my colleagues, which is I don't think we should exempt 501c3s if they're paying for someone who meets the definition of a lobbyist. And I guess that would be my specific comment there. As to exemption, so I would recommend to just remove subdivision F in total.
I'm sorry, I can't see your colleagues, see if they're shaking their head.
Oh, well, we haven't
All right.
voted yet, just,
Oh, okay.
it's just comments, yeah. So my recommendation to my colleagues, or my preference would be to remove subdivision F in section 2-908. Regarding subdivision D, I also do not agree with including the word or the phrase become part of the record of a public hearing. We have public hearings on a number of major items. Many of our ordinances require public hearings. They can be advocated by a number of different folks, and so just because a person's appearing solely to speak at or provide written statements for a public hearing, I don't think that should exempt them from registering as a lobbyist. I think maybe if we limited the public hearings, that would be different. I'm not sure how we would limit it. The enforcement proceeding, I think, is fine to keep. So if there's no clarification as to why we would put the word or the phrase public hearing in there, I would also strike that, would be my preference.
So, and just make sure I understand, so strike just that phrase that become part of the record of a public hearing or enforcement proceeding, and so in the sense that providing written statements, period?
So I would remove of a public hearing.
Okay.
Because enforcement proceeding, I think, is might be a little bit different.
Yes.
But for a public hearing, we have a public hearing on tax ordinance or ballot measure, all that stuff. I think it's just too broad.
Okay.
Great. Any other comments? Councilmember Fan?
Sorry, not for now. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Let me see if there's any other questions or comments from any other members of the council. Councilmember Lopez?
Thank you to the city attorney's office and the city clerk's office. I know this has been something that I personally have been waiting to come back to the full council for a long time now. I just had a question about the timeline or the dates that are included in the proposed ordinance, because it's very specific to when the report should start to kind of trickle in, which is starting in 2023. And if this is adopted 30 days effective after the ordinance passes the second reading, I just wanted to know from the clerk if the office is ready to take this on.
No, we are not. We'd still have to work on the forms, updating the website, really analyze what the fees are going to be, because that isn't presented to council tonight. So I will have to come back to council requesting for that to be adopted by resolution.
Just a question, why aren't the fees included in the staff report?
Because I wanted to get some direction from council before presenting that to council to indicate whether or not they wanted to, if there was, because there's so many varieties of types of fees that we could imply. There's late fees, initial fees, quarterly, per client, all of what we have stated.
Did staff have a recommendation on at least a registration fee or an annual fee?
At this time, the only, I don't know what the fees should be set. I do have an idea based on what I've already investigated with other cities or other jurisdictions, and learning from where they feel that they need to change their current fees. I'm already working on trying to develop something. But I don't have anything established at this time.
So the last time that we met and talked about this, there was a chart that was presented to the council with the cities that the person we hired to compare would bring to us, and that included the fees. So I'm just confused as to why that section of this ordinance isn't moving forward together.
If I could add, I think that what we're trying to make sure that we do, the ordinance that you adopt will drive to some extent how much work it entails in the city clerk's office. She's suggested this evening that she will need some additional staffing to support this effort. The fees should be set at a rate to try to recover the costs that the city is bearing for the administration of this program. So once we have an understanding of the types of reporting that you're going to require of the lobbyist, if there's general agreement with the ordinance, then she can, as she schedules it for final reading, in the meantime, we'll evaluate what the costs to her office are going to be to process the paperwork that's now being required, and the fees should be commensurate to recover those costs.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to say that I agree with Councilmember Fan's request to strike out subdivision section F. Just wanted to state that for the record.
Do we need any further clarifications on this?
Yeah, I do. So subdivision D, because I asked to remove the portion regarding public hearing because it's quite broad. There are a lot of people who come to speak at a public hearing who are paid lobbyists. We've seen it happen, for example, with fireworks. And similar with enforcement proceeding here, because I don't see a definition for enforcement proceeding, but that could be any situation in which, let's say, a developer who's building, constructing, et cetera, and then, isn't cleaning up or is creating a lot of debris or and whatnot. So can you give me, because in my mind, an enforcement proceeding was kind of more like actually, I'm not sure what I was thinking of enforcement proceeding, but can you kind of give me an example of why or a reason why we have D in there?
Because there may be people that you request information from, but I think maybe to get at what seems to be problematic, I think the period should be at the end of record and then delete of a public hearing or enforcement proceeding. Because either one, it's going to become a part of the record of whatever that hearing is or that proceeding is.
Well, because I'm leaning.
And when we drafted it, we were really thinking about like administrative citations for code enforcement properties, nuisance abatement actions that your code enforcement staff may be bringing.
So I understood that. I think the code enforcement staff makes sense, but then my other concern is, again, an example of, say, someone paying, an applicant paying for someone to speak on their behalf, which could be the same person who advocated for the legislation or project. That's still a lobbyist, even if they're speaking at an enforcement proceeding. So, and then I considered leaving it at written statements, but in my mind, written statements can also be emails.
Yes.
So, today in the remote world, we can have 100 different emails back and forth, and it can be just as effective as speaking in person. So I think for me, I would like to strike D. If you're a lobbyist, you're a lobbyist, whatever the situation might be. And
well,
go ahead.
I think this section though was, I think what we were trying to do is exempt those situations where someone's only responding to a request from a city official. They're not initiating the contact on their own. They've received, requests from, the city manager because the council has directed that they want more information about a particular project, or they want some detailed information that maybe only a particular person can provide to you or to a staff member that needs information to assist with the processing of something.
So then my recommendation for D is to strike everything so amend it to say any person appearing solely at the request or demand of the city or city staff, whatever, right? And and I think that should cover a situation in which we are telling them to come. And in order to, at the request or demand of city or its agents, for the purpose of providing information. So I think that should be pretty clear that we're asking them to come to give us information, not to advocate. So I do support removing F. Regarding 2-214, I had a similar concern about a 7-day delay because often the hype and the issues, the articles, the blog posts, Facebook posts, all of those discussions happen the next day. So I would like to see that if a lobbyist who's not registered appears at a public meeting, that maybe my colleagues might entertain this instead of just removing it, because I do understand that there may be some circumstances that this might come up, is to require that they immediately after making the comment register. It's online.
Well, okay.
Well, they can register at the meeting.
Yeah.
So we all have laptops and computers, and you can't tell me you don't have access to one if we have it available for you right after you make your statements on the record, and you can pay. So those would be my, I guess, motion to approve with 3 amendments.
All right, so we have a motion with those amended items. Councilmember Lopez.
May I?
Go ahead, consultant. Sorry, I don't know your name.
That's okay. I just wanted to, I mean, do you want the language to be immediately upon such presentation?
I can say
Or do you-
immediately before the end of the meeting, because, I mean, if they can have the presentation and come back or something, I don't know. I don't want to make it weird.
Prior to the conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah, at the end of the item. There you go.
Got it. So we have a motion with those items. Councilmember Lopez.
Just quickly, because I didn't see it when I was reading the proposed ordinance. I remember there was one of the things we had asked was to make sure that the EMT's calendars were a part of this, that they were public, and I don't know. Can I get clarification if it's in here?
I'm sorry, the what calendars?
The executive management team?
Did I,
Do I remember that incorrectly?
I think you're referring.
I apologize.
Okay, strike that. Another question. Under section 909, can you confirm with me if there is language, that details, all campaign contributions to a controlled committee of an elected city official? I didn't see it. I might have missed it in the list, because I see all of the other subsections.
Yeah, there's a reference in the quarterly reports, C1, to officials controlled
Got it.
committees and reporting. Got it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Great. Is there a second to that motion?
Mayor, I'll second. I just want to make sure I understand it. So Councilmember Pham, this is approve the item, remove 2-908 subsections D and F, and then the modification to 2-914, correct?
So I guess you can remove D or add the comment of, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, well, no, sorry, because D was any person appearing solely at the request or demand of city staff or at the city for informational purposes.
I'm sorry. Okay, so 2-908 subsection D with that modification, removal of 2-908F, and then the modification to 2-914, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no other questions or comments, the only comment I was going to make is, I think, was this the result of a, lack of a better, a council-led item that was brought to us? Or was this brought by staff, or?
This was brought by council. This was a council member requested item, and Councilmember Lopez was really the one
Got
who
it, that's
brought
what I
this up.
thought. So
Yeah.
thank you, Councilmember Lopez, thank you, staff, for bringing this to us. I know we had tried to tackle this before, right, Madam City Attorney, so we had a starting off point. Look, tonight, the Anaheim City Council is doing something much more robust than this. This is the baseline, just disclosure. What we really need to get into if we want to make a difference is some campaign finance improvements and changes to our municipal code. These disclosures are fine. There's plenty of loopholes to get around with this, and again, it's just simple disclosure. I think if we really want to get to the heart of what seems to be the impetus of this, is really having to, have us either participate or not on things that, would be an extension of an expansion of the Levine Act. That many regional boards and commissions already, include. That is meaningful. Not saying that this isn't, but this is a very, very small step in what I think needs to be done, given what our neighbors in Anaheim are experiencing right now. So, in any event, I think it's fine. I don't know if it cures the problem, But what it really does is hopefully it's a small step towards, I think, a more broad effort to do, reform of how and, who is involved in the city and how they influence decisions here. And that's really the goal. Having, lobbyists register, that's good, that's all fine and well, but it's how we accept those monies. And that's something that I think, contributions and donations and influences on campaigns and elections, those are things that are meaningful, and those are things that we obviously see in other cities impacting, their ethics and their decision-making and their public trust. So in any event, we have a motion and a second. Council members, please vote.
Okay, motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you. Moving along to item number 66, which is the flexible tax holiday. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to staff for presentation.
So we do have a brief presentation that we can give you, or if you do not want to do the presentation, it's really 5 recommended actions that would place it out on the front of the voters on the ballot. The one action, recommended action number 3, we do need direction from you because we are looking for a volunteer to author the argument and any rebuttal statement. But if you'd like the presentation, we do have one ready.
I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with this item. I think everybody's had a chance to discuss this with you. Have you briefed the council members one-on-one?
Yes.
So hopefully, that's clear. Does anybody want to offer any comments or offer themselves up, I guess, to help work with? Is it you, Madam City Attorney, or is it the city manager?
Finance Director, City Attorney, City Manager. We do have a tight turnaround on it. The argument needs to be written by June 28th.
Got it. Go ahead, Councilmember Fan. You're volunteering, I guess.
No, actually, I was trying to volunteer my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, since this was his idea, and I think it's a great idea, and you've been a big champion for it, so why not?
I'd be happy to work with you on that. Thank you.
All right. So we've got a volunteer.
Work with city manager. Not okay.
No, I was looking at her.
He said you, and I was like,
Councilmember Hernandez.
I'd also love to volunteer.
Great. Any others? Could be more than one. All right, we've got two competent council members that can volunteer on that. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with my 2 colleagues, appointing them.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council members, please vote.
Motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you, everybody. This brings us to the public hearing section of the meeting. And before the public hearing on item number 67, I'm going to go ahead and call on the clerk to provide some instructions to the public who may want to comment on this item.
Thank you. Members of the public joining us by way of Zoom or conference call and would like to make a comment for only public hearing item 67, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now.
Great, thank you. So this is the item that will be repealing some of the municipal code on the commercial advertising signs and introducing consideration of a new ordinance that would allow for the construction of new digital reader boards. And I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and ask staff if there is a brief presentation.
We do have a presentation, and we will make it brief.
Thank you, Daniel. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The presentation before you tonight is a recommendation for the City Council to adopt an ordinance approving zoning ordinance amendment 2022-01. The proposed amendment is to repeal and adopt new regulations Apologize for that. The recommendation is to adopt an ordinance approving zoning ordinance amendment number 2022-01. The proposed amendment is to repeal the existing ordinance and adopt new and updated standards in the city's zoning code for reviewing, permitting, and rating billboards within the city. Tonight I'll be going over the background and I'll finish out with the next steps as well as discussing some of the recommendations and the goals of this ordinance. The city has been regulating and restricting billboards since 1984. No new billboards have been approved in Santa Ana after 1987, which severely restricted billboards placement in many areas of the city. Beginning in 2017, the City Council, through the Edibit Committee, provided direction for staff to update the ordinance regulating and allowing for digital billboards along freeway corridors within the city, with the goal of looking at removing some of the existing billboards within the city interior, providing opportunity for addressing non-conforming structures within the city, as well as creating community benefits and revenue opportunity along the freeway corridors for billboards operations. Staff conducted 3 public study sessions with the Planning Commission in June and July of 2020, and again in February of this year before initiating the public adoption process. Questions and feedback included background about existing billboards, providing input on recommending distance away from sensitive land uses, and then also to ensure that we conduct the appropriate outreach to the community. And as previously mentioned, no billboards have been approved since the late 80s. However, the city, through the Public Works Agency, awarded separate contract with billboard companies to allow for new digital display on city-owned property along the freeway corridors. And that is separate from this ordinance. Citywide, there are approximately 92 private billboard sites. The billboards include large, medium, and small billboards. Some are double-sided, some are single-sided. All are static billboards and not the digital billboards type that are being proposed for consideration tonight. So this is just a quick map of the various locations throughout the city that has billboards. They are located along major corridors. The ordinance purpose is to require new billboards to comply with state and local regulations, and also to implement the latest state-of-the-art digital display programming technologies. It will restrict to eligible location for new billboards would be along the freeways and away from residential properties. And I'm going to go through the following maps real quickly, but these are potential locations along the 22, the 5, and the 55 corridors. So the review process is, with the exception of one, which is administrative, all requires that it's a public hearing review approval in front of the Planning Commission. As part of the billboard ordinance process, our goal is to look at the removal of billboards within the city interior. Therefore, there is a proposed exchange requirement that would be required as part of proposing new digital billboards. All of the requirements provide for a rate of 4-to-1, but there is also an opportunity for billboards to be established as determined through an economic plan that is going to be a part of an operating agreement that is required as part of the permitting process. As part of the operating agreement process, all billboards, again, would be required. There is a minimum guarantee fee to the city of equivalent to $90,000 per face of a digital billboard, or 30% net advertising revenue. The operating agreement also includes provision allowing the site to reduce obligation, as I mentioned, to remove non-conforming billboards subject to meeting certain criteria that are of economic benefit to the city. This would really essentially allow businesses in the city that are of regional nature would be able to have an opportunity to also apply for billboards when they don't have access to billboards exchange that are located within the interior of the city through a series of economic criteria that would be evaluated under the operating agreement. Such economic benefit can include, and as you can see on the list here, there are a number of benefits, but the major ones include provision for public service announcements, local hiring, and public property improvements. The intended result of the ordinance is to incentivize billboard removal, as I mentioned, generating community benefits, as well as recurring revenues to fund public services. The application process fee, we anticipate there are potential about 15 billboards that could potentially locate along the 3 corridors, generate up to about $95,000 in application fees. However, additional revenue can be realized through the minimum annual $180,000 that could be generated from each billboard that has 2 face as part of the revenue. And that is the minimum that we would estimate per billboard, per location. If we were to build out the 15 location, it is estimated that annually the city could realize up to $2.7 million in potential revenue. The community outreach was extensive. We held 3 public workshops with the planning commissions. We also circulated the CEQA document publicly and to all interested parties. We also reach out to the 10 neighborhoods along the freeway corridors that are adjacent to some of these eligible sites. And the feedback that we received both through the Planning Commission and the public process have all been reflected in the changes that are proposed in your ordinance. The CEQA documentation for this process is a mitigated negative declaration. This would be required to be adopted as part of your approval of the ordinance should you consider to approve it tonight. In terms of the next step, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the ordinance to the City Council at their April 25th meeting. The City Council action, if taken tonight, would require a second reading of the ordinance. After the approval of this process, staff will begin the application preparation process as well as preparing for the application and submission process for the ordinance. And that concludes staff's report and recommendation on this matter. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that presentation. We have a couple of speaker cards, so let me go ahead and do that before we bring it back to the City Council. Let me start with Scott King, followed by Ariana DeVario.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I will be brief. It is late. I want to thank Mintai and the rest of the staff for putting this together. This has been a long time coming. It is our hope that you pass this evening. This is good for local business, not just billboard companies. And we've been waiting for this, so it's my hope that you will pass this proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Let me go ahead and call on Ariana DeVario. Great. You're on call in case we have any questions. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council.
Mayor, did you want to check for any virtual
Do you have anybody?
comments? I do not, but I did receive written communications. One Santa Ana resident in support of the item, and one Santa Ana resident commented to revise the ordinance to protect the area view around the water tower area. And that's all I have.
Thank you for that. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. In the proposed section 41-1111, I was hoping that we would include something about a light and glare study, or maybe there's a more technical term for that. And I just remember from when we approved the signs over at the main place, we had concerns all the way across the 5 freeway over in Floral Park and Park Santiago. Not to say that that would prohibit any signs, just rather to have that data so we can adjust it accordingly. Because I think when they originally put it up, I could be wrong if I remember this correctly, but I remember that they had the sign up, it was kind of dim, then they brightened it, then they realized, oh, they went too bright, and then they scaled it back. But it was that study that was able to help them adjust it.
So our mechanism for addressing the issue is that we do have a standard that any billboards cannot be more than 0.3 foot candle above the ambient lighting. So they do have sensors to address that. In addition, through the operating agreement, that allows us to provide specific requirements for any specific billboard that we need to address. So we do have an opportunity to require that as part of our process.
But, and I know that 41-1111 is your what you're asking for in the submittal. I just figured you probably want to get that up front. And then in your proposed section 41-1130 subsection E, it says that these billboards shall not significantly block or significantly impair views of any landmark identified in the general plan. So if I'm an applicant, where am I looking in the general plan? Am I looking
We, the city staff, that's actually providing direction for us as city staff to ensure that when we review the application process, that gets reviewed.
But I mean, I guess what I want to see for folks that are looking, right, especially because some of the locations, as you get more toward the central part of Santa Ana, we have more landmarks in that area. I'd like to see something in here that doesn't limit where the landmarks are listed in the general plan, but there should be something that allows folks, just even as they're doing their due diligence, that they can look somewhere specific.
We could provide a maps as part of the application portal.
Okay, thank you for that. And one of those landmarks that I am concerned about is the Santa Ana Water Tower, and I saw on one of those exhibits, I think it's potential billboard area 2. So I appreciate Lisandro Orozco for providing comments. He's absolutely right. You know, the water tower is is one of our many landmarks, but it is such a prominent landmark, and it's such an identifying feature as folks are coming up and down the 5 freeway. So I would actually like my colleagues to consider an additional subsection in 41-1130. So it'd be a new addition or new subsection, it'd be subsection F that just says, shall not be located between the Santa Ana Water Tower and the adjacent freeway in order to maintain clear view of the Santa Ana Water Tower. So that would be my addition to that. I will say one thing that I championed while I was on the Planning Commission was having the word Santa Ana placed on these billboards. And so I appreciate that 41-1132A states that the word Santa Ana excuse me, shall permanently appear on the billboard structure in a size large enough to be visible to drivers using the freeway. And I think that's the very least that we can ask for folks to identify that they are in Santa Ana, as they should be proud of that. So I would just say right now at this point, I guess I would put out a motion to approve with the additional subsection F.
Great, we have a motion. Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I do have questions.
Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And thank you for those questions. You took them right out of my list, actually. Another question that I had for you, Min, was can you just share with me a little bit about the concerns that Ward 3 residents talked to you about when you had the meetings with them?
Sure. So when we met with the residents, the concern was about the safety requirements, and as part of the review process, they would have to comply with all of Caltrans requirements as it relates to lighting, as it relates to traffic messaging, so that does not conflict with traffic signs and images. So those are some of the areas of concerns, as well as potential impact to adjacent residential properties for lighting issues. So how that was addressed with the Planning Commission was precisely these lighting standards requirements, as well as the distance away from residential properties.
Got it. And did anyone really from the city talk to you about any concerns that folks had about the distraction of people when they're driving and seeing the digital billboards that you can share with the residents?
That was brought up. However, Caltrans does regulate the intervals between the changing of the images. So the images cannot change more than 4 seconds at the minimum. However, the industry practice is anywhere between 6 to 8 seconds, and the signs cannot have moving images.
Thank you. One question, Min, is for section 41-1103, application to existing signs. I actually recall this item coming to me when I was on the planning commission, so it is literally a long time coming. But one of the questions I had was, we do reference the Business and Profession Code for amortization of these old billboards, but do we have anything coming up? Because the goal here is to update and get all of these fixed and, into the 21st century. Do we have anything in the books that do clarify? Are we working on something related to this specific section to kind of hurry the process along?
I think that's something that we can certainly look into, and I'll discuss with our staff on our current progress. This particular ordinance really is aiming at voluntary amortization of existing billboards for those companies, and even incentivizing our local businesses to work with these billboard companies to have voluntary amortization of billboards within the city. We will certainly come back and provide any updated information regarding the amortization process if we had anything with existing billboards that are not through this process.
Okay, that would be great. I did want to support the public comment and Mayor Pro Tem's comment relating to the water tower. I was driving back from LA, I don't remember, last week, was it last week? During the supermoon, the strawberry supermoon, but the water tower was lit up in pride colors. And it was just so beautiful, and I would hate for that kind of stretch of freeway to be, have a lot of billboard distractions. It would really take away from the fact that we work very hard to light the water tower up in many colors, depending on the holiday, that's the commemoration, et cetera. So I would like to see staff specifically look at, what is the stretch of freeway where we should really exempt or prevent billboards from going up, because it would, it might be a mile, I don't know what it is, but as you're driving down the freeway, it literally, it could be blocked like this. So that is important to me. Not just if you're standing on the ground or anything like that. I think a whole combination of that is important.
Thank you, and we will work with the Mayor's Pro Tem recommended language. We'll survey the area and provide the appropriate changes at the second reading.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure it's not just billboards near the water tower, but along the freeway where you can see the water tower. Yeah. My other question is regarding the table at 41-1110. The third item down, it says conversion/reconstruction of existing freeway-oriented on-premise sign. Requires development project plan, CUP, operating agreement, 3 approving bodies, right, with a public hearing. I'm trying to make sure I understand what it is, because there's no definition of, quote, freeway-oriented on-premise sign. There's freeway-oriented, there's freeway-oriented on-premise digital sign, and on-premise advertisement sign. And they all kind of mean different things. I just want to make sure we use exact language of the definition that we have so that I know what we're talking about.
So, existing freeway-oriented static billboards are your commercial advertising structure that advertise non-on-site signage, and so they're basically your billboards that are located adjacent to the freeways. Existing freeway-oriented on-premise signs are the ones similar to what you have at the Main Place Mall. They look and function like a commercial advertising sign, but they can only advertise on-site.
So, but what we mean then, then we're referencing 41-110110, which is freeway-oriented on-premise digital sign, is what we mean in that table. Is that correct?
Conversion, correct.
So I think we should add digital to that to clarify that we mean freeway-oriented on-premise digital sign, because then you can read it as freeway-oriented on-premise advertisement sign, because you're combining 2 definitions. I want to make sure that we're specific as to what we're discussing. But then maybe that's, then to continue on that, if we already have something that is a freeway-oriented on-premise digital sign, do the ones we have now, do they not meet the standards of this ordinance?
They may not,
Okay.
but this also allowed them to provide for upgrading to off-premise commercial signage if they are able to secure and procure a replacement and removal of interior businesses, commercial businesses with sign that would want to work with the local location. However, through the operating agreement and the economic benefit plan, if they are committed to advertising, on-site advertisement for a certain amount of time, and they meet certain criteria such as employment of local area residents, producing revenue of a certain amount annually, and with a certain amount of annual investment that we can see as a plan, those all have economic benefit potential returning to the city, and therefore we would use those kind of benefit in place of having to do an exchange rate of removing billboards.
So that's fine. I guess I'm trying to get to the point of, so for those on-site signs, was council, I assumed council or some other decision-making bodies approved them in the past, right?
Yes, correct.
So I would like to see that on the table, since we're referring to conversion/reconstruction of existing freeway-oriented on-premise digital sign, that it just not require a public hearing and go through the director of PBA and city manager. I don't see why it has to go back to the planning commission, go through conditional use permit and all this rigmarole if it's an item that, a location that was already approved by city council. There's not a ton, I think there's only like 5 or 6 of them in total in the city, and we're just essentially upgrading them a little bit and to convert them from on-site to off-site commercial or advertising.
So generally, they don't have similar conditions as they would to a digital billboard, but we can certainly incorporate those similar conditions into an administrative approval. I think we'll be okay with that. So if you are looking for an administrative approval process for these type of sign, we'll just stipulate that we're able to add conditions as required so that it matches with what a conditional use permit process would allow us to do.
Okay, so, I mean, for me, it just seems like, if we're converting existing freeway-oriented static billboards and allowing that to go through a lesser process that doesn't require public hearing, which to me sounds to be a way bigger lift than converting something that already exists and it's already digital, then I don't know why we should make them go through the rigmarole of coming to planning commission.
Again, it's really more this thinking that they were never approved through our process. It's really established the record. They never were approved for off-site advertising. So we have to provide a mechanism that addresses the conversion of that to, so it's recommended that we go through a public hearing process for that, but if the council think it's too rigorous and too onerous, we can certainly make that administrative process, but duplicate the requirements of a CUP so that we can condition.
Yeah, because if you're converting an existing freeway-oriented static billboard, you're still, well, I guess it's just, my point is, I think in both cases, going through a ministerial process is perfectly acceptable to me. That would be my recommendation to update that. And that would be my comments for this.
Great.
Thank you.
The maker of the motion and the second, are you agreeable to those additions?
I apologize. I got a little bit lost there. So Councilmember Fan, so you're saying the conversion, reconstruction of existing freeway-oriented static billboard, you see that as going through the staff review versus the one underneath it of existing freeway-oriented on-premise sign that's going through the discretionary process. You're saying you want them both to match up as administrative?
Yes.
Okay.
We can have the same conditions, whatever conditions you need, but it seems to me that converting a static billboard is more difficult and requires more changes than converting the freeway-oriented on-premise digital sign.
Right.
But I might be completely misunderstanding, but it seems to me both can just go through the same ministerial process.
I think we can get there in both situations. Again, it was to keep consistent with our process, because in order to establish a new advertising structure, you would have to go through a conditional use permit. So the idea is that with the existing static billboard, they already have a conditional use permit on file. It's a matter of converting the static function to a digital function, and applying the operating agreement where we would have all of the abilities to address designs, address, lighting. With the conversion, they already have a CUP for on-site. We needed to make modifications so that it becomes allowable for either on-site and off-site or totally off-site, so that in keeping with that same process. So at the end of the day, you still have a conditional use permit that is consistent with the ordinance.
So then,
I don't have a problem with maintaining it, just because I think this is something that, we want to be transparent about. And I think ultimately, at the end of the day, I know some of the folks that are here tonight have waited quite some time. And so I know that once they get it, they're going to be elated. So I'm kind of leaning more towards keeping it the way Director Ty is talking about. But you brought up a very good point, Councilmember Pham, which is I'd want consistency in the terms used here, because if we're asking you, then that means other people are going to ask you. And I'd rather them be able to read it and go, that's what that is. I want them to match it word for word. I don't want them to guess or assume what that may or may not be. So that, I think Councilmember Pham's comment was excellent on making sure that what is listed in this column under billboard type matches identically with the definitions up in, where is this, 41-1101. Yeah.
10, yes.
All right, so those changes are clear to staff?
Clear.
Agreeable to the second? Councilmember Lopez?
No, I just wanted to say that I wasn't going to completely be supportive of that, because I think, especially for Ward 3, when you looked at the neighborhoods list, that's the area that would be most impacted, and they would want to keep the process as is so that they have some sort of say.
Right, so you're supportive of that. So let me go ahead and close the public hearing before we take a vote. The only thing I was going to say is I was going to thank staff. I was on the original Edibit committee when it existed back in, who knows when, 2018 or something, when it was first proposed, when we talked about, and the goal was, how do you eliminate sort of the static billboards that were all over the city that were, causing a lot of blight? Because they would be torn down, they would be, they would be in bad shape. And what was once a detriment and a harm to the city, which was being carved up by freeways, can now be a benefit, right? And so that's something that I think that transition to making those opportunities available, I think, make a lot of sense. I want to thank, I see Rod Wilson, and we heard from Scott King. So thank you all for being strong advocates and being patient more than anything. And I think, to the extent that we can be as business friendly as we possibly can, that's always something that's really important. And this is one way we can do it. So that all said, thank you to staff for finally addressing this and bringing this to us. Council members, please vote.
Motion passes 7-0 with Council Members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Pham, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you. Moving along to item number 68. This is the, before we start on that public hearing on item number 68, I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk if she has any instructions.
Thank you. For any member of the public that is joining us by way of Zoom or conference call, if you would like to provide a comment, please dial *9 to raise or select raise hand from Zoom. Thank you.
Great. This is item number 68, public hearing on the crossroads at Washington for an affordable housing project. Does staff have a presentation?
Mayor, we do have a presentation, but I'm not sure if you're going to require us to do it. This is an affordable project that has actually been before you on 5 separate occasions, and it has unanimously been approved each one of those 5 times. This really is a culmination of all of the previous actions of council that will allow related companies to close on their financing and develop this great affordable project.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and open up the public hearing and ask the clerk if there are any members of the public here presently that would wish to address us or online.
No, Mayor, we did not also receive any written communication.
Great, thank you. Is there any questions or comments on this item? Is there a motion I can entertain?
I'll move to approve.
I'm happy to second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Let me go ahead and question, Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yeah, Mayor Sarmiento, I just have a comment as we move forward with this project. I know that we originally approved it a couple of years ago, and one thing that if I'm not mistaken, I might be mistaken on the location of the project, so, yep, I am, so never mind. Thank you, Mayor.
I love it. I love that comment. Thank you. We close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other questions or comments, council members, please vote.
Motion passes 6-1 with council members Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes, and council member Hernandez absent.
Great. And I should have mentioned that there's a companion item on the Housing Authority agenda on this that involves this development as well. So let me go ahead and recess the City Council meeting and convene the Housing Authority meeting and ask the clerk to call roll.
Thank you. Authority member Hernandez. Authority member Lopez.
Here.
Authority member Mendoza.
Present.
Authority member Peñalosa.
Here.
Authority member Fan.
Here.
Vice Chair Becerra.
Here.
And Chair Sarmiento.
Yes, thank you. Let me go ahead and entertain a motion for the consent calendar items 1 through 3 because we continued item number 4.
So moved.
We have a motion.
I have to make recusals. Item number 3, number 3, because this was item 62, so I do have to recuse myself from that because it's the same item as 62, and Jamboree Housing Corporation is a client of my employer, Rattan and Tucker, so if it is pulled off the consent calendar, I will leave the room for discussion. Yes, thank you.
Got it. So we have a motion for the balance. By Mayor Pro Tem, is there a second?
I'll second.
Great, we have a motion and a second for the consent calendar with the exclusion of item number 4 and an abstention on number 3 by Councilmember Fan. Council members, please vote.
And for the record, the excused absence also for Authority member Hernandez since he's absent.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, motion passes with Authority members Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Vice Chair Becerra, and Chair Sarmiento voting yes, and Authority member Hernandez absent.
Great, thank you. Moving along to the public hearing section of the Housing Authority agenda. That is item number 5. I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk if there's anybody online or anybody in public that would wish to address us on this item.
Mayor, we do not, and we didn't receive any written communication.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and present the item. Item number 5 is the companion item on the Crossroads at Washington that we just considered on the City Council agenda item. Madam City Manager, is there any presentation on this item?
There is a presentation, but as similarly stated on the record at the other public hearing, it is an item that has been before you on 5 separate occasions with unanimous approval, and this is merely the culmination of that to allow the developer to move forward with the project.
Great. I should have opened the public hearing before I asked for public comment, but once again, just for the record, I opened the public hearing. There are no members of the public in person or online that wish to address us on this item.
That's correct, and no
Correct.
written communication.
Great. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments on this item. Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and ask council members to please vote.
Okay, motion passes 6-1 with Authority members Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Van, Vice Chair Becerra, and Chair Sarmiento voting yes, and Authority member Hernandez absent.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and adjourn the Housing Authority meeting and reconvene the City Council meeting and begin with the City Manager and her closing comments.
I will pass, Mayor.
Thank you. Let me bring it back to the council and begin with Councilmember Lopez. For any closing comments? If
Yes.
not, you can always pass.
Thank you, Mayor, for that reminder. I just want to quickly share that I've partnered up with SAS Santa Ana Active Streets to be able to provide skateboards free of charge to Santa Ana residents, young Santa Ana residents, and they are going to be having a workshop on July 9th, 2022, and it's a build-your-own skateboard workshop. So if you're free, please check them out and attend. It's a great opportunity to get a skateboard and learn how to build one. I also want to thank code enforcement staff for allowing me to spend my early morning with them. We continue to work together with not just them, but the Public Works Department, the Planning, City Attorney's Office, the City Manager's Office, and addressing the commercial and residential issues that we have in Ward 3, and specifically in East First. And so this morning we were out there, knocking on doors, making sure that the conditions of the rooms in one of the particular motels are up to code. And so I just want to thank staff, again, code enforcement. I know that you've been a lean machine for a really long time, and to be able to know that you're getting all the resources that you need to effectively be able to carry out all of the things and duties that you're tasked with is important. And again, thank you for working alongside with me. We're going to continue to knock on those doors and make those visits and continue to do outreach to our businesses in Ward 3. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes, I would like to invite the public or remind them about the Orange County LGBT Pride Parade and Festival on Saturday, the 25th at Downtown Historic District, and the time is 11:30 to 3:30. So please join us for the parade and the festivities. And I would also like to ask our city manager to send a letter of condolences to the Orange County Water District President Kathy Green in the passing of her husband, Dr. Peter Green, at the tender age of 96 years old. And I would like to ask that our meeting be closed in honor of Dr. Peter Green, who is very supportive of our water resources here in the city of Santa Ana and had been a very involved person in the community. So, and that's it.
Great, thank you for that. I knew Peter well. He would travel with Kathy often, and I believe he also was a former city councilman as well. So in any event, yeah, that's sad to know, but he lived a very full life and was very active. Thank you for that, Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Fan?
Caught me off guard there. First, I'd like to say thank you to my colleagues for adopting the budget with the Asian Heritage event, cultural event. I think that will mean a lot to our residents. I speak all the time that I was elected in a district or in a ward that was part of a California Voting Rights Act to give voices and to help elevate the voices of Asian American residents in the city. And I know that I've had folks reach out to me who have never reached out to city staff or members of the city council before, because they do feel that our city council, our city staff, and the people that they're interfacing with are listening and are supportive. And so I did want to thank all of our staff and this council for that. The other thing that I would like to remind everyone about is we are in an extreme drought, and it is not going away anytime soon. I know that we have shared information with our residents, but also realize that our businesses and commercial property owners also have to comply with a lot of the rules relating to saving water and whatnot. I think one thing that I would like to remind everyone, and I hope that you don't have to snitch on your neighbor, but in the My Santa Ana app, we do have a provision for water wasting. And you don't have to say who is doing it, but if you see pooled water in the middle of the day, all that other stuff, please report it, because sometimes people might not know what's happening. Maybe there was a faucet or something that broke, and we want to make sure they're alerted to it. We will get out of this. We will find ways to make it work for all of us, but we do all need to pitch in. And so with that, I hope everyone has a good night. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just want to, thank staff and congratulate all of you for the budget. It's approved, it's passed, so congratulations on that. And just wanted to respectfully ask the mayor and my colleagues that we also adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of the two El Monte police officers that were killed earlier this month, Corporal Michael Paredes and Officer Joseph Santana, who were El Monte natives and tragically lost their lives a couple of weeks ago. So I make that request. And that is it, Mayor Sarmiento, colleagues, good night, everybody.
Thank you for that. We definitely will in addition to Dr. Peter Green. There are a lot of ties between this city and El Monte. We had, I think our former city manager went to go work there. I think I mentioned before, our current planning director came to us from El Monte. So yeah, a lot of ties. Paralegal and my nephew lived there. In any event, let me move along to Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Thank you. Just real quickly, July 2nd, first Saturday of the month, I will have my monthly community office hours over at Thornton Park. And July 4th, Independence Day. So I just want to wish everybody a safe and happy Independence Day. We won't be meeting until later in July. So stay safe and have a happy 4th of July.
Thank you for those comments. So let's make sure we adjourn in Peter Green's memory, in memory of the two fallen officers in El Monte. I also want to remind the clerk going forward, the primary elections we just had were unfortunately a pretty dismal turnout. That's not on you alone, but I think the city's percentage of voters was like 1 in 5, right? Maybe close to 20-something percent. So we can do better. We should do better as we see what's going on in these January 6th insurrection hearings that we're all observing. Voting rights are a precious privilege and right and obligation that we should all protect, but we should also try to stimulate, votes in our city, because no matter how we vote, the whole idea is to have our folks, vote often. I think that the county got up to 35%, somewhere near there. That's not great, but it's better than ours. So, let's see if we can start maybe earlier. I know you made some efforts, Madam Clerk, so thank you, but let's see if we can start a little earlier. I do want to also add to, the adjournment in closing this meeting in memory of Adrian Gael Hernandez, who was lovingly called Nene by his family. He was an 8-year-old boy who lived in Ward 2 that died due to complications with asthma that he battled courageously his entire life. He's survived by his loving parents, Adrian and Josefina, and his big brother, Sebastian. Adrian was a student at OSEA, where he excelled in math and was loved by his friends and teachers and all the OSEA community. Adrian was a gifted child who loved building Legos and could build them without instructions. He lived a short but happy life and showed us the true meaning of love and joy. Let's keep their parents and the whole Hernandez family in our prayers, and all the young children that battle with respiratory disease and other ailments. Thank you. We're adjourned. Have a good night, everybody.
Recording stopped.